place. Secondly, it is a clear reality that we have known that our municipalities are undercapacitated and they also don't have the financial resources to look and to deal with these type of occurrences. What thus becomes crucial is for Parliament to process the climate change bill as soon as possible by taking all these realities into account so that each sphere of government are aware of their responsibilities. But also thirdly, to update disaster management plans and where they don't exist, to put it in place as soon as possible.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Not so long ago, we had a bill that was presented here in Ngwate, and the committee that was chaired by, I think, the Honorable Ntuli was here for 2 times in the climate change bill. They came to Paris and we had to have a discussion in terms of how climate change is having an impact in Ngwate local municipality. It has been over 100 years since what happened here in Paris, in particular, in terms of the floods. Where in the presentation, Chair, you will see there were floods that has happened where some of our bridges were destroyed, and for the first time after 100 years, where we have seen the water can come to that extent close to the houses in Paris. It was really indeed something scary and also a wake-up call in terms of how we should plan better as those who are in positions of leadership. For instance, Chair, we've realized that after this floods or the impact that has happened, that the importance of stormwater is something very important. And when you go, especially into your townships, it's the areas where that is not recognized, and our communities does not really understand the importance of having those stormwater drainages within our townships. So this has really had a huge impact to us. This started, maybe it has started from last year, but it was just some sort of a warning sign to us, which we never thought that what we saw in February would actually be something huge, where even schools would have been affected because you had some of the kids that could not go to school due to the floods. And we are glad that this committee is today in Ngwathe so that we can show that this impact is actually throughout the whole municipality that we have, because all of our towns were affected by this issue of climate change and also the disaster. The unfortunate part is that, especially in Paris, that is recognized as a tourist town, we had businesses that had to close down, especially the ones that are close to the river, because there were damages that were caused, and because of the impact of COVID-19 and businesses trying to get back on their feet, now they were hit again by this disaster. And some of those businesses close to the riverbanks had to close down. Some were able to get on their feet, but they are still struggling. So, Chair, with that said, I would like to welcome this committee into Ngwathe so that we can also learn in terms of how do we actually have to deal with these disasters when they come. Now, our plans have to be intact. We have to start taking the disaster plans more serious because of climate change. It does not give a signal in terms of what will happen. It just happens, and now we also have to really start educating and bring more education to our communities so that they can understand what the challenges are and the impact of climate change. But with that said also, Chair, we have been trying to, there is a program that is happening in Ngwathe municipality which seeks to clean the Vaal River, because on its own as well, it is in a bad state. It was not the way it is, but I guess as the years went on, the Vaal River is now recognized as one of the most dirtiest rivers that you can find. So now, as we are having a program which is known as the Blue Deal, where there's a partnership with the government of Netherlands, and we do have Cllr on board, and we've got, fortunately she's a councillor, but she is known as a champion that is dealing with the issue of cleaning up the Vaal River. So I think some of those projects are also trying to assist us in terms of having to deal with the impacts of climate change. With that said, Chair, I would like to say thank you very much.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC Region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
In recent years, South Africa has suffered quite a number of natural disasters, as many other countries in the region has. Joining me now in the studio is the Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Sylvia Isaacs, and also a distinguished member of Parliament. Ms. Isaacs, thank you very much for talking to us at Parliament TV on this important day of the SADC region.
Good morning, Nkosi, and thank you very much for hosting me once again. So today is a very important day for us. It's the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and particularly for the Parliament of South Africa, because we are the host of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for this 58th session, but we are also the Parliament that chose the theme for this Plenary Assembly session, and that is the one of the impact of climate change on women and youth in particular, because we think it is the most vulnerable constitutions, and that is why all of us are gathered here. And after that, we will be having the SADC Plenary Assembly after we have deliberated on the theme for this year.
You've spoken about the country hosting this important event. So what does it mean for South Africa's selection as the host nation, or, about the region's confidence in the country, and how has the collaboration between the South African Parliament and the SADC PF's Parliamentary Forum Secretariat to ensure a successful event?
At the current moment, as you have already said, that we have been selected. Now the selection of countries is actually on a rotational basis, and also the position of office bearers is also being held on a rotational basis. For this session, or this two years, because it's a biannual thing of being elected or selected to a certain position. For this 2 years, South Africa is the Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and I'm representing that position. So for us, we are quite honored. And as you can know, currently the SADC region is going, or the region is going to some turbulences. At least we have seen some stabilization in the Madagascar event, because Madagascar is also the president of this SADC Parliamentary Forum. So currently, we are actually pleased to say that there is some semblance of stability in the Madagascar. And the Malagasi's is actually indicating that very soon they will be sorting out their own problems. But also, we are awaiting some, at least information from Tanzania, where we have also seen that there were some upheavals and so on. So when South Africa is hosting the 58th Plenary Assembly session, it is in times that is quite turbulent, but also interesting times, but also times where we have seen more and more the impact of climate change on particularly the SADC region that has become very vulnerable. And I think what makes us more vulnerable is because we are actually, SADC particularly, agriculture is one of the big economic drivers in the region, and also the issue of food security that is becoming more and more of a problem. But we also know that the southern African region is really plagued by poverty and other social ills that is there, and part and parcel of this. So it is actually because the whole issue of climate change is threatening the existence of the people of the subcontinent. And that is the reason why I think South Africa has deemed it fit. And Durban is actually, because of the success of floods through the years now, I think it's the third year that we have seen that Durban is experiencing a lot of unusual weather, let me put it like that. Because if you can just see, just yesterday they said in the same area where there was floods the other day, yesterday they have suffered from a hailstorm, and there is a lot of damage that is coming from that. And we know that smallholder farmers usually is women, and they are the ones that are the bearers of wood, and that must go and walk distances to get water, because we are also a water scarce subcontinent. So in the region, generally, the issue of climate change is non-exhaustive. It's something that we can discuss for how long, but we will also have to come with solutions, and semi-permanent and permanent solutions, so that those that are actually very vulnerable to these issues of the turbulences in the climate, they are the ones that we will be able to give proper solutions to. So that is why I'm saying we are hosting the 58th Plenary Assembly session in a time that is very interesting, for lack of a better word, because of all the things that is going around in the subcontinent, but also because of the effect of the impact of climate change on our subcontinent.
You mentioned that the theme focuses squarely on climate change, women and youth, as you have mentioned. So what kind of discussions can those that would be watching these proceedings expect to hear coming from this plenary assembly?
Yes, we've got expectations, but you must also know, we don't know what those that are in the know that will be addressing our symposium, what it is they will bring. But for us, the challenges is around the issue of water scarcity, is around displacement, because many people are being displaced because of the issue of climate change, but also the fact that women, particularly if you go to the rural areas, you will find that it's mostly women that are the ones that are producing food, that are the ones that are the smallholder farmers, but also the youth that is the ones that is unemployed, for whom we are looking for solutions. And sometimes you can find solutions in the natural resources that we have, but the unfortunate part is that it is also dependent on climatic conditions. And that is the reason why we are expecting those that are in the know, those that will be addressing us, we are expecting them to focus on issues of solutions for water scarcity, solutions for food security, but also how do we take this threat and actually reverse it to become a positive for us as a region. So that is the kind of discussion that you would want to see, issue of bringing solutions, because we can't go on ad infinitum to discuss issues of threat, issues of how it is a challenge, but how are we planning to make sure that we adapt, and that we also make sure that we begin to do things like planting and also even development, because sometimes when I was a councillor, we used to have regulations that said people mustn't build within the flood line of 100 years or 50 years and so, but sometimes you find that people just continue to do same. And then you find the issue of insurance become an issue, the issue of actually generally the ecosystem changing because of all this kind of issues. So I think we need to adapt as a people.
I'm glad that you mentioned some of the issues that we've seen happening in our country with the recent floods in Mthatha, where we saw lots of lives were lost, and one of the reasons that was blamed was that people were building in areas
in the flood line,
supposed to be building in those floodlines, as you've mentioned, and we've seen those in Khayelitsha areas such as Khayelitsha as well. What can you expect to come out of this plenary that will seek to address such issues, because they are ongoing?
The problem with South Africans, we have become a bit lawless, and we are also having this notion of don't care. Even if there is regulation, even if there are bylaws of municipalities or what, you will find that people will still do whatever they. But you must know it's not only the poor people. You find it also amongst affluent people. I can tell you that where I'm from, at one stage there was someone that wanted to build a guest house next to the river, because we are having a river that's going through our place. And we advised and we said, this guest house will be within the 50-year flood line. And currently, because of the rains that are in the north, we are suffering floods almost also every year. And who are the first that are suffering from that? It is the people that are staying within the 50 to 100 years flood line. So, and there is information that is readily available. People can take your advice or they cannot take your advice. The poor people, sometimes they don't have an option. But it's also the responsibility of the authorities to make sure that they say, we have developed this area, you can stay here. There is another place in the Northern Cape where I had to go there, and people were building within the wetland. And now the rising dam and things like that is becoming a challenge. There are houses that are permanent structures that have to be demolished. People say, but where will we stay? We don't want to demolish it. So it's an issue of proper communication, but also an issue of the attitude of the people that is there when you experience challenges like that, man-made issues that can be actually handled differently if people just take proper communication into context and also make sure that they understand where we are coming from. So these issues of development within the floodlines, and also this issue of people staying within wetlands, and so it is a serious problem. But it is a problem that is now not only your problem as the person that are kind of, let me say, the perpetrator. It becomes the problem of local authorities. It becomes a problem of government, because as soon as there is a mishap, people begin to say, where is our government? We voted for them. What are they doing? And if we can just come to a point where we can understand one another and move from that point, then I think maybe we will be able to avoid that kind of issues. Natural disasters is another issue, and particularly people that are doing planting and so on. For them, it's a different ball game altogether. But those that are deliberately going to stay within wetlands, within areas that have got danger of flooding, that is where the problem is coming from.
Now, ma'am, if I can just ask this question from you being a parliamentarian. So what do you believe is the most powerful tool that parliamentarians possess, be it legislation, oversight, public participation, or even budgeting, to translate the concerns of women and youth into accountable climate policy?
First of all, is the issue of public participation. You can make all these laws, you can make all these regulations, you can go and do oversight over the departments, but if the public is not with you on this one, that is where the problems start. Because in many instances, we go with our oversight to municipalities and we complain about the issues that are happening. And the municipalities will tell us. But the people don't want to listen. I know, I've got experience. I was a local councillor for a few years. I was in the provincial legislature. I even was a premier of a province. So I can tell you, and my portfolio as an executive committee member was the portfolio of environment. So I can tell you now that people will tell you, we go to, for instance, to the mine, and we can tell them, you can't mine here because there is specific flora that you must then remove from here. And you must replant it, and you must show us commitment that you want to make sure that this will not be extinguished.
Do you think perhaps it's about time that that action gets taken against those who don't want to abide by the rules?
The problem that I'm having, particularly with local authorities, they don't implement their bylaws. And they need to implement it strictly for that matter. Because unfortunately, there is a growing tendency in South Africa of, if I do something to the people, they can take me out of my position, or they can begin to toy, they can begin to destroy public amenities and so on. But the fact of the matter is that you will go to smaller countries than South Africa, and you will find that people obey to the laws of their countries. South African people have become a little bit too free. And I think that is the other issue that we can address, because unfortunately, those that are lawless are speaking the loudest. Those that are law-abiding citizens, and which is the silent majority, and I put the emphasis on silent. They are the silent majority. They will keep quiet in the face of adversities, and they will say, but we can't speak against these people because they are powerful and so. And I mean, to be loud doesn't mean that you are powerful, but the unfortunate part is that if we can get that conviction from those that know what is right, then I think we will have a better option to be able to address this kind of issues.
Before I let you go, understanding that you have quite a hectic program for today, briefly, if you were to talk to South Africans on this subject, what message would you give to them?
My message to South Africans is that we must be able to empower ourselves with information in the first instance. Secondly, we need to make sure that we cooperate with our authorities to be able to address the specific issues. Just a simple example that I've mentioned here before. For people that knows that it's for many years it is a wetland, they've been staying next to that wetland. Then they go and they build houses within that wetland. I mean, that is the kind of thing and you will find that we've got programs as the government, particularly as the environment and agricultural departments. They've got programs where they can actually educate and empower and give more information to people. But the unfortunate part is that do yourself a favor as South Africans, get exposed to this kind of sessions and make sure that we actually, and I mean old people can tell you, they have got indigenous knowledge. They will tell you, no, if this and this happen, this is the science and this happen. But do we still listen to them? The important part is that we as South Africans must get together and learn to communicate properly and to listen to one another. Empower yourself with information and make sure that you make a difference.
Isaacs, I'd like to thank you very much for taking time off your busy schedule to talk to us here at Parliament TV.
Thank you very much.
Viewers, that was Ms. Sylvia Isaacs, the Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and a member of the South African Parliament. Please stay tuned to Parliament TV.
Back to Parliament TV. Of course, we are awaiting the opening ceremony of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum. Now, as the 58th plenary is about to take place here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, we are privileged to host the iconic, one of the key speakers here in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce. And she has joined us here on Parliament TV because she is also at the forefront of this engagement and this discussion that the SADC regions are also grappling with, which is climate change. Speaker, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
First
it's
and
a pleasure.
foremost, you look absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Okay, in my language, they say in the Xaba.
Yes, I love it. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, of course, now KZN has been described as the climate change hotspot. We've seen the disasters of the floods that have been happening, the rains that have been happening throughout the past 3 years or so. Now, from your perspective, how has the province transitioned from experiencing weather events to dealing with what many may call a full-blown climate crisis?
Firstly, from our point of view as the oversight, we always hear that the executive and everybody else in society is saying over the 3 years, but you can trace them back to 2012 when they started in the northern part and the midlands of our own province. And over the years, we have been getting them more aggressive each and every year. Of course, they still the ones that have come to eThekwini, which are something that has never been seen after that, and we're hoping that it goes back. We have been grappling with these disasters probably because from our own side first, as the legislative arm, we haven't been able to grapple both as a province and also at a national level as a sector with climate change and climate change mitigating legislation. And now our oversight has never been really that poised to debate whatever is happening. But we have since been woken up, especially in the 2022, we have woken up. This is why even the portfolio committee on the Premier has been brought in by attending the climate change platform so that we learn and empower ourselves. But now we are moving better to issues of not only response, but also issues of prevention, because we know that climate change can be mitigated also by us abiding to our habitat laws, the urban laws. And you find that there is a lot of that is not carried through. And now the chairperson for Cllr and the Cllr Portfolio Committee is also getting closer in terms of overseeing Cllr in the implementation of bylaws by the local municipalities and the metro. So I can say that we are growing, but following the P20 summit in Cape Town, the resolution and the declarations that were taken there had better positioned KwaZulu-Natal to be able to respond. It's work in progress, but we are promising you that working closer with the executive and also the three departments, the key three departments, which would be Cllr, the Office of the Premier, and the Department of Economic Development, because there is an aspect in terms of the investments that come, that you find, you'll remember the Ntuli cases, how some of the houses were investment and were tourist attractions, how they were swept away, and some of the things that happened. But importantly, we are also working now with traditional leaders. We are, through the civic education that is done by the Office of the Speaker and also through the committee work, speaking to traditional leaders, because people who build also are building in areas that are not convenient. And we felt that with that we are moving to a right direction. But we had to remember that we can't leave the young behind. It is in this respect that we brought back the Children's Parliament. But the Children's Parliament now is coming with an aspect of social responsibility where we have speeches and debates among the young about issues of climate change.
Yes.
Because whilst government is still grappling with these policies, we must lead so that we involve the young and the inheritors of this province.
So essentially, Speaker, what you're saying is that conversations must start as the children are in schools, and they must be aware of this, because we find ourselves in this situation because we weren't aware of climate change and the effects thereof.
Exactly. That's what we are trying to do, because also they live in these communities. When you go in one youth parliament, we went to Mojapelo and decided that we would do the clearing. It was back in 2021. And when we went for that clearing of the streams there, we found that young people were not coming in to assist, because they did not understand why do we have to go through that debt.
Of course.
But after that, they started having an interest of participating. There are more environmental platforms of young people that are having conversations in the province. So as the legislature and the representatives, we are feeding into that.
Yes. And of course, Speaker, you mentioned something very important, and you can see that there's a golden thread with all the events that South Africa has been privileged to hold this whole year. We had the P20, where climate change was a discussion.
Yes.
And now you have the SADC Parliamentary Forum as well. But more specifically with the theme of the SADC PF, it talks specifically to the impact of climate change on women and youth, right,
Exactly.
in the SADC region. Now, what are some of the, what is the impact specifically on this group of people, especially within the SADC region, when it comes to climate change?
You would remember that, be it in Mozambique, where they also suffer from the same, be it in Malawi, the most people that were displaced and people that were left without homes were mostly having girl children and young people, but most of them also had women being heads of the families. Now, remember that already most women are grappling with the issue of unemployment, and young people are in majority also of being unemployed. When then they are displaced, it means that the home that they would go to, even when they don't have an employment. But others who are entrepreneurs, their livelihood has been taken away by the floods. So I feel that it is an issue that is affecting many people. Amongst the people highly affected, because this is also the period for disability, persons with disabilities, indiscriminately of gender, are affected. Some of them would die when others could live, because others would not be able to escape. Then it brings inequality to glare at everybody's face that, yes, we may have progressed democratically, but have we defeated inequality? I feel that the climate change has put, in fact, before us as parliamentarians, how the Constitution lives in paper, but we are not, as the representatives of the people, making it live in the lived experiences of the people.
Now, of course, Speaker, the SADC PF now is being held in KwaZulu-Natal. Why is it so important to have it here and not the other provinces in South Africa? And most importantly also, given the history of KZN as well, what is it that you are most expecting from the engagements that you're going to be having?
Why KwaZulu-Natal? Why not KwaZulu-Natal? Where else will they go? Now, on a serious note, KwaZulu-Natal, you know that it's not only us first in South Africa that have been a victim.
Yes.
But when you look at the belt, it's the Cape provinces, or the coastal provinces, together with the coastal province, which is KwaZulu-Natal, that have been highly affected. Be it fires in the Western Cape, be it what recently happened in OR Tambo, which had happened at Alfred Nzo before, but not at the proportion of what had happened in the Eastern Cape at OR Tambo. But also when you look at KwaZulu-Natal, there is a pattern. Almost, I think, in terms of how it had come to us, it started with uKhahlamba district. For us to note in 2012, it had been to Amajuba district, Umkhanyakude, King Cetshwayo, Ilembe, eThekwini, Umgungundlovu, Herigwala and Ugu. Now you see that if there is a district that has been spread, I think that there are about 2 or 3. So it means that this province had been at the coalface of experiencing it in the country. This you also liken with the fact that, of course, we have these other issues of where we are placed. Where we are placed then attracts more people, and people would come here invest, but you'd find that there is no proper oversight, be it at the local government or elsewhere, of the compliance with the urban laws. But importantly, KwaZulu-Natal is also poised to be one of the centers in the country. Yes, we are the second in terms of population. We are our second biggest province. So it means we've got more people. So when there are these disasters, the effect would be devastating because many people would be displaced. There are families who still haven't buried people from way back in eThekwini. But besides that, KwaZulu-Natal, traditionally, it's a beautiful province. It's a province that is a mixture of everything that geography taught you about. From uThukela. When you look at uThukela, you think of the Ismangaliso, you think of the South Coast. You then realize that this is one of the provinces that are not only rich in tourism, but in terms of agriculture then. If it happens in KwaZulu-Natal and the spotlight is put in KwaZulu-Natal, we would be mitigating the effects of climate change in food production for the future. We would also be mitigating the impact of climate change in being seen as a Western phenomenon. We are highly organized in terms of the traditional and Khoisan leadership. I'm not saying other provinces are, but there is a majority. You look at Izinduna or Izinkosi, the majority come from this province. So there is a great intersection of those that are democratically elected and those who are born leaders. And this aspect needs to go to the people. The better way for it to go to the people is through the involvement of the traditional and Khoisan leaders in the province, but also in South Africa and SADC. So I believe that for us to be successful is when we firm up what we had agreed at P20 and also what has been agreed at the G20, the successful G20 that was held by the president here in South Africa, in ensuring that government commits and implement what they pledged at the G20 and we oversee that properly. And enact legislations that will enable us to do that.
And talking about the people, Speaker, how do they get involved? What is their role and what importance do they serve in ensuring that we combat climate change and issues such as disaster management are managed properly, not just in leadership, but within the communities as well?
I had said we are still a learning province in that, like the rest of the continent is a learning. But you would know that there are areas in this province that are highly active in matters of conservation, but also in matters of climate change. And these are led by ordinary citizens, be it the Nomkhubulwane, be it it's the Nomkhubulwane and the other imikhosi that is held by His Majesty the King. That also speak to issues of the environment and the climate change, the impact of climate change. Now, we don't only leave it to that. We also, at the legislature, through our sector work, we are going to a parliament for persons with disability this week. We have gone to all the parliament and we don't leave any aspect, especially the one that speaks to climate change and what can be done. Because we know that at a policy level we might be proper, but if we don't have the people with us, we will not win it. Of course, we have also added through our civic education sessions where we speak to the people and we go out to the people. Whilst we're speaking about election, but we also, because we are speaking about people being ready for 2026, but we must also speak about people knowing how to abide with the laws, especially those that relate to climate change and urban settlement.
Speaker, thank you so much for making the time.
Thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure to have you on Parliament TV.
Thank you, thank you.
And of course, that was Speaker Boyce of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature sharing with us what are some of the expectations of the province coming from the SADC PF, of course, especially as one of the provinces that are adversely impacted by climate change and the disasters that come from that. Of course, we are waiting for the 58th plenary of the SADC PF that is taking place right here in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, and you can take part in that conversation by using our handle at Parliament of RSA and let us know how you have been impacted by climate change. Of course, you're still watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. You're still watching a live broadcast of Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. It is a build-up show to the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, held here in Durban in the International Convention Center.
And of course, we've had conversations with some of the pivotal speakers of the parliament here in South Africa that are speaking to some of the issues that will be engaged with during this week from the 30th of November to the 5th of December. Of course, just a reminder, the theme of the SADC PF plenary is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation.
Of course, as I've said, we're coming to you live from the Durban ICC. And this event will kickstart today at any time from now, 10 o'clock, and then will continue right until Friday of the 5th of December. And of course, you can expect the acting president of the country, Mr. Paul Mashatile, to deliver a keynote address today.
And of course, we're just waiting for that. The program is set to start at 10 a.m. And of course, like Tembinkosi said, we can expect high leaders that will be leading these engagements. And of course, the Deputy President of the Republic will be holding that keynote address. We've had the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature as well, who's showed us the importance of having this engagement here in KwaZulu-Natal, which has been adversely affected by climate change and the issues of drastic and disaster management issues, of course, when it comes to floods.
And as you can see there on your screen, the delegates are getting ready to begin the event. As you can see, some of the dignitaries being walked into the venue, and some of the dignitaries that you can expect: the Premier of the KwaZulu-Natal, the Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal that Tsepo spoke to earlier, Ms. Boyce, the Executive Mayor of eThekwini, and many others from the SADC region.
And of course, some of the highlights that you can expect from this program is a high-level plenary sessions on climate mitigation, adaptation, and the socio-economic fallout for agriculture, water, energy, and livelihoods.
And of course, delegates are coming from all 15 SADC member parliaments,
yes,
plus representatives of continental bodies such as the Pan-African Parliament, the African Union Commission, UN agencies, your UNEP, UNDP, the Interparliamentary Union, development partners, civil society, academia, private sector, as well as youth and women groups.
And of course, you can still join our conversation by using our handle at Parliament of RSA, because of course you do live in South Africa where some of these disasters have impacted you. Let us know what the impact has been on you or your family, your livelihood, because ultimately these are conversations that everybody should be involved in as climate change affects everyone.
As we take through of what to expect this morning, the event of course will begin with the singing of anthems of the Republic of South Africa, the SADC anthem and the African Union anthem. And thereafter, the program of Master of Ceremonies will take over to direct the program, and the delegates will be welcomed by the Councillor, the Mayor of eThekwini, Mr. Cyril Xaba, and thereafter we'll get the welcoming remarks from the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, and those will be followed by the remarks from the Premier, Mr. Ntuli.
Of course, this is a high-level engagement of the SADC region parliaments, of course, ensuring that there is a proper engagement.
The Republic of South Africa, the delegates, including those from the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, the secretaries to Parliament throughout SADC, ladies and gentlemen, Sanibonani. I rise on behalf of the people of KwaZulu-Natal, the people that were elected to represent the 12+ million people of this province in the 2024 polls. And it is a great honor to stand here on their behalf on the gathering of the 58th Plenary Assembly of the South African Democratic Development Community Parliamentary Forum, the SADC PF, hosted under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region, and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. This theme is not merely a point of discussion, but it is a clarion call on all of us as member states to critically review and strengthen our strategies in responding to the escalating climate crisis and the implication it has on the growth prospects of our respective economies and the social well-being throughout the region. I am of a firm belief that when we are working together as nations, there are better opportunities and chances for us to succeed. So as we welcome you here today, we want you to remember that this is the province that had in the Republic of South Africa, alongside the Eastern Cape, the Western Cape, has been highly impacted by the negativities that come with climate change. We have experienced this way back as far as 2012 when they started in the northern side of the province. But of course, we have seen many lives that have been lost, especially here in the metro, eThekwini, and Umgungundlovu district, which are the two biggest districts and regions in our province. These were not alone, but it has been together with the rest of the regions and districts that are along the coast, be it Ugu, be it King Echwayo, be it Umkhanyakude, be it eThekwini and Umgungundlovu, as I've said. Even the local municipalities far beyond here have been hard hit. As I stand here, it's just a week ago that in one of our local municipalities within the Umgungundlovu district called Umshwati, we have had some devastating weather that had resulted in loss of life and displacement of communities. Amongst those who were displaced, mostly are children, young people, that is the youth, and older persons, indiscriminately of age. But importantly, the majority have been found to be women, regardless of them being the children, being young in terms of youth, being senior citizens or persons with disability. They have been in majority women. And this had taught us in the province many lessons of how indiscriminately the nature of climate change is. And it had continued to affect us in this province in its indiscrimination. We have seen women, men, persons with disability, young and old, particularly those who are from our townships and rural communities, suffer the most climate induced challenges of floods, droughts, heat waves, and wildfires. These challenges worsen the already existing socio-economic issues, resulting in food insecurity, displacement, unemployment, higher needs to access to healthcare, violence and gender-based violence specifically, including sexual and reproductive health rights being undermined. Therefore, I believe that the coming of this SADC PF to this province of KwaZulu-Natal couldn't have been at a better time. I know in my heart of hearts that being a representative of the people of this province, the people of this province are hungry to learn that there is action on the decisions and discussions that have been taken here. They need to see that the same way that those in Malawi, those in Botswana, those in Zambia, and the rest of the islands that make our beautiful SADC, that what it is, and all the members of this parliamentary forum are as hungry to hear what we have to say, because what we have to say is going to ensure that when we go back, we would be more focused on climate innovation and putting in place legislative framework that will mitigate the impact of this on our own people. This we must not just do theoretically, but we need to commit ourselves to do oversight. The progressive laws that we will enact will not live in the books and the echelons of parliaments, but they will live when members of parliaments and legislatures go out to exercise oversight, and oversight that would impact for the change in the lives of the people. Be it working together with municipalities to ensure adherence to urban settlement and urban laws, but we need to go out and work. We must borrow from the declaration that was taken in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, over a month ago when we met as the P20 Speakers Summit, led by Speaker Didiza, where we had to resolve to be more gender responsive and youth inclusive in our climate policies, where we have also resolved that we want to leave no one behind. Let us all go together so that the benefits of Africa that were earned a week ago, when the world gathered to speak about economic policies, realized the truth that you and I have known always, that Africa is not only the future, Africa is the leader. It's just us having to take our place at the table, the high place at the table, which will start with us as parliamentarians being understanding of our representation, that we do not represent only ourselves. We represent the people through progressive legislation, but importantly, through overseeing the implementation of them, because any legislation that you have will never be effective if it is not implemented. We are hoping and relying, President and Speaker Didiza, that when we resolve and live here, we will be following up, and KwaZulu-Natal will ensure that we implement that which is meant to be implemented by us, but we'll also be hoping for cooperation from everybody else, especially the executive. Namukelekile, esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal. You are all welcome to the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal, the province that is home to Isimangaliso wetlands, the province that is also home to the Drakensberg, the province that is also home to the beautiful beaches that run from the north right to the south, a border with the Eastern Cape. Thank you for choosing KwaZulu-Natal to be your destination.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think the founding principle of this forum will definitely make sure that what you have raised, it continue. Thank you once more, Honorable Speaker Boyce. I will now call Her Excellency Boemo, the SADC PF Secretary General, to take us through the credentials of the forum. Her Excellency.
Good morning, bon dia, bonjour, Salibonani. His Excellency, Your Honor, Mr. Paul Mashatile, Acting President of the Republic of South Africa, and our esteemed guest of honor, Honorable Randriana Solonaiko, Ntuli, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the Parliament of Madagascar, Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, the Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Member of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Angela Thokozile Didiza, Member of Parliament and Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, and our gracious host of the 58th Plenary Assembly Session, Honorable Refilwe Motshweni Tsipane, Member of Parliament and Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and host Speaker of the 58th Plenary Assembly in absentia, Honorable Azrael Julida Enesta, Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles and host of the 59th Plenary Assembly, distinguished Honorable Speakers of SADC Parliaments, leaders of delegations, Honorable Members, Mr. Thulasizwe Ntuli, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, members of the National Assembly, speakers of the South African legislative sector, Honorable Nontombeko Boyce, Member of Parliament of the Legislature and Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. Allow me, Honorable Speakers, Honorable Members, to stand on the protocol that has been established and simply say you are welcome in your respective hierarchies and your respective portfolios. It's my profound honor to stand before you on behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum to add to the welcome that has been extended for you to be here at the 58th Plenary Assembly session of our forum. Pardon me, Honorable Speaker, if I get out of order. There's something about being here in this majestic city of eThekwini, a place whose very sands and shorelines carry the stories of our region, our struggles and our aspirations, that invokes a spirit of radicalism. However, I will stand guided. Allow me also at the beginning to pay profound tribute through His Excellency, Your Honor, the Vice President, to His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for his exceptional leadership and stewardship of the G20. Under his guidance, Africa did not merely participate, Africa led, and Africa is rising. Your Excellency, your presidency placed the aspirations, the challenges, and solutions of the Global South firmly at the center of the global discourse. Your presidency championed multilateralism, inclusion, equitable development, and the reform of global financial institutions with clarity, dignity, and stewardship that made the continent proud. You set a new benchmark for visionary African leadership on the world stage. And for that, the SADC Parliamentary Forum extends its deepest admiration and congratulations to you and the Republic of South Africa. Our guest of honor, honorable speakers and distinguished delegates, as the forum, in equal measure, we pay particular tribute to the honorable speaker, Thoko Didiza, whose exemplary leadership during the P20 has been next to none, consistent with her coherent and with her coherence and conviction on all parliamentary platforms on sustainable development. Under her leadership and stewardship at the helm of the African Geopolitical Group within the Interparliamentary Union, she has lifted the voice of our continent with dignity, strength, and strategic clarity. In the last session, the voice of Africa on peace and security was heard. You have demonstrated through your action, intellect, and unwavering resolve that women can and women do lead with distinction on the world stage. Malibongwe. Honorable Speaker, your work continues to inspire a generation of women and young girls across Africa who see in you not only a woman leader, but a trailblazer who expands the boundaries of possibility. We salute you. Malibongwe, Honorable Speaker. Our guest of honor and distinguished delegates, it is in this spirit of bold, purposeful leadership that we gather here in eThekwini, a city whose history of resilience, cultural fusion, and resistance mirrors the history of Southern Africa itself. From the legacy of King Shaka, whose strategic genius transformed regional dynamics, to the unyielding pursuit of justice that shaped Southern Africa's liberation and its constitution, I dare say. Durban, or eThekwini, reminds us that progress is built when people stand together, think together, and act together. And with the current geopolitics, we need to be reminded of unity of purpose. Getting to the theme of this plenary assembly, which has already been eloquently contextualized, one could not reiterate the urgency that this is no longer an approaching threat. It is immediate and it is here with us today. It is a daily reality, and in particular, women and young girls and the elderly are on the front line, enduring gendered climate stress related to medical disruptions, supply chain disruptions, induced gendered violence, forced migration, loss of income, among others. And parliaments are called to scale up and respond with equal urgency, innovation, and courage. Honorable members, it is not accidental that we are here, as you've already heard from the Honorable Speaker. This land also carries layers of history, as I've indicated. Taking you back to the 1820s, hunters and settlers who opened new commercial pathways, which are currently sustained. The great port of Durban, which became a lifeline for regional trade and a gateway for Indian Ocean, a melting pot of African, Asian, and European cultures whose fusion forged a unique identity, a proud Zulu homeland, where the spirit of Ukuntlamba and the legacies of the Zulu kingdom still echo. Indeed, on reflection, this region is complete with acknowledging the four founders of this country, the state builders, the innovator and visionaries, whose legacy we must carry towards our unity. Our diverse chiefdoms under a shared national consciousness offers lessons for today's regional integration. Regional integration should not remain as a pipe dream, but should be seen as something that is achievable. Honorable members, I've spoken a lot about eThekwini. It is here also that the enduring legacy of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela is written into the architecture of Southern Africa, Southern African public life. His conviction that Parliament must be a moral campus and an instrument of justice remain a beacon of our region. Today, as the world grapples with new forms of conflict, geopolitics and ecopolitics, and shrinking civic space, Nelson Mandela's moral instructions are more relevant than ever. Esteemed delegates, our region and the world have witnessed renewed conflict, from Gaza to Eastern Europe, and pockets of fragility within our own continent. We have also witnessed members of Parliament rise boldly, using their platforms to call for humanitarian corridors to be opened, condemn atrocities, and champion peace. This is parliamentary activism at its best, principled, people-centered, with a global conscience. It affirms that Parliament is not just a lawmaking body, but a voice of conscience, a mediator, a guardian of constitutionalism, among others. So, honorable members, as we stand on this soil today, we remember the extraordinary legacies of the frontline states. The United Republic of Tanzania's Julius Nyerere, father of Pan-Africanism, Zambia's Kenneth Kaunda, who endured the most economic sabotage in defense of liberation, Mozambique's Samora Machel, who paid for solidarity with his life, Botswana's Sekgoma, whose diplomacy anchored stability in times of immense threat, Angola's Agostinho Neto, Zimbabwe's Robert Gabriel Mugabe, and others who forged pathways for the oppressed to breathe freedom. Despite the ideological differences, they were united by a simple, powerful truth that the freedom of one African country depends on the freedom of all. Honorable members, that spirit is the very foundation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum's framework and the SADC's regional integration agenda. Honorable members, from these examples, we affirm that the SADC Common Agenda of industrialization, free movement, market integration, peace, and shared prosperity remains non-negotiable. The Plenary Assembly, or this gathering, must therefore and shall always reinforce the role of Parliament in harmonization of laws for the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation to SAW, ensure the Maputo Development Corridor becomes a functional continental artery, overseeing the proper use of natural resources, including minerals, water systems, and biodiversity, guaranteeing transparency in natural resources and also in national budgets, championing youth empowerment, women's full economic participation, and the protection of vulnerable groups without exception. Our guest of honor and distinguished speakers of Parliament, South Africa continues to offer vital lessons. It has one of the world's most visionary constitutions, guaranteeing civil, political, and socio-economic rights. Its courts have shaped global jurisprudence, especially on housing, health, and non-discrimination. Its diversity, characterized by 11 languages, multiple faiths, cultures, and heritages, is not a liability, but a triumph of coexistence. Its global leadership in sport, whether the Springboks, Bafana Bafana, or its dynamic athletes, reminds us that resilience can be a national identity. South Africa's commitment to zero tolerance on gender-based violence, supported by a robust Commission for Gender Equality and strong parliamentary action aligns seamlessly with our SADC model law on gender-based violence, our SADC model law on eradicating child marriages and protecting children in marriage. South Africa is a story of rising from conflict to justice, from division to unity, from rupture to renewal. As parliamentarians, we face rapidly changing dynamics and an ecosystem. We have a youthful population, the Gen Zs, who are unemployed, who are yearning for participation, who are demanding relevance and an opportunity for justice. We have natural resources that we are endowed with, which are also trapped in the midst of the promise for employment, the promise for equity, among others. They must be managed with integrity and foresight. It is in this context that the work of this plenary assembly becomes decisive, and it is for this reason that the SADC Parliament must come in 2026. Honourable members, the plenary is not simply a gathering, it is a call to history. We think beyond borders, we legislate beyond election cycles, we oversee beyond the confines of domestic politics, we dream beyond the limitations of the present. We think SADC, we think Africa, we think the future. With these reflections, honourable members, may our deliberations be bold and visionary, and may the spirit of our ancestors and the ancestors of this eThekwini, who believed unshakably that a united region can be overcome and any adversity can be overcome, remain with us throughout our deliberations. Honourable members, I thank you for your kind listening, and at this point, in line with the established practice of this August plenary, allow me to inform our guest of honour and distinguished delegates that this 58th Plenary Assembly has complied with Article 7, subsection 2 of the Forum's Constitution on equitable representation of women and political diversity. I'm pleased to report that overall, 14 out of the 15 member parliaments are represented at this assembly. Only one parliament has tendered the apologies, being the United Republic of Tanzania. The assembly is attended by over 300 delegates as indicated, and by 69 representatives comprising of presiding officers and members of parliament, excluding members of parliament who are attending as observers. We have 13 organizations attending as observers. 11 delegations are led by speakers or presiding officers, demonstrating the high level of commitment to the work of the forum, while 3 delegations are led by members of parliament. Women in these delegations make up 40.6% of delegates, with 28 female and 41 male members of parliament attending. While this falls far short of the 50% parity target set by the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, it shows steady progress towards gender-balanced representation in parliamentary diplomacy and decision-making. The Plenary Assembly also reflects the Forum's foundational commitment to inclusive and multi-party democracy. Of the 69 representatives, almost 60% are drawn from ruling parties or ruling coalitions. 21.7% represent the opposition. 7.2% are independent members of parliament. 2.9% are traditional leaders or chiefs. 8.7% are non-political or non-partisan members. The rich composition, honourable members, ensures that the forum deliberations benefit from a diverse range of political perspectives. ruling and opposition, elected or traditional, strengthening the forum's mandate to promote accountability, inclusivity, and participatory democracy in our region. Honorable members, for the benefit of our guest of honor, may I request that as I introduce each delegation, you kindly rise as I mention your country for the benefit of our guest of honor. I'll start with the National Assembly of Angola, a delegation of 6 members led by Honorable Adão Francisco Correia de Almeida, Speaker of the National Assembly. You're welcome, Honorable Speaker. The Parliament of the Republic of Botswana, a delegation of 3 members led by Honorable Ntuli Rapis, Speaker of the National Assembly. The Parliament, you're welcome, sir. The Parliament of the Democratic Republic of Congo, a delegation of 10 members, of which 4 are observers, led by Honorable Jean-Claude Chilumbai Masamu, the first Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. You're welcome, Honorable Speaker. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini, a delegation of 5 members, led by Honorable Senator Isaac Maimo Magagula, Member of Parliament. You're welcome. The Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho, a delegation of 6 members, led by Honorable Tlohang Sekamane, Speaker of the National Assembly. You're welcome, Honorable Speaker. The Parliament of the Republic of Madagascar, a delegation of 6 members, led by Honorable Randriara Sulinaiko Tiarisitini, Speaker of the National Assembly and President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. The Parliament of the Republic of Malawi, a delegation of 6 members, led by the Right Honorable Sami Suleiman, Speaker of Parliament. You are welcome, Honorable Speaker. The Parliament of the Republic of Mauritius, a delegation of 4 members, led by Honorable Govindan Pinivil Venkatasamy, Deputy Chief Government Whip. You're welcome. The Parliament of the Republic of Mozambique, a delegation of 6 members, led by Honorable Margarida Adamugi Talapa, Speaker of the National Assembly. You're welcome. The Parliament of the Republic of Namibia, a delegation of 4 members, led by Honorable Sarah Kangungwela Amadila, Speaker of the National Assembly. You're welcome, Honorable Speaker. The National Assembly of the Republic of Seychelles, represented by Honorable Azarel Jolinda Enesta, Speaker of the National Assembly. You're welcome, Honorable Speaker. The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, a delegation of 14 members, of which 8 are observers, led by our gracious host, Honorable Tokodi Diza, Speaker of the National Assembly. The National Assembly of the Republic of Zambia, a delegation of 6 members, led by the Right Honorable Nelibutete Kashumba Muta, State Council MP, FAPRA, Speaker of the National Assembly. The Parliament of Zimbabwe, a delegation of 5 members, led by Honorable Maybe Mbohawa, Member of Parliament. Also extending apologies from the Right Honorable Speaker Jacob Francis Zidane Mulema Modenda, who could not join us today. Clerks and Secretary Generals of Member Parliaments who are here with us today, you are welcome. The South Africa Parliament, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Secretariat, a delegation of 13, led by myself, the Secretary General. Last but not least, all the staff from our member parliaments. The Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania, as indicated, have sent their apologies. Permit me at this stage to further extend a heartfelt appreciation to the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa for its meticulous planning, seamless coordination, and exemplary professionalism in hosting not only this plenary assembly, but also the just concluded meeting of the Executive Committee. Under your capable leadership, Honorable Speaker, and that of the Secretary to Parliament, and through the diligence of all parliamentary staff, you have demonstrated once again why South Africa remains an anchor institutionally, politically, and symbolically for our region. Your hospitality has been nothing short of impeccable. I wish you all, distinguished delegates, a fruitful deliberation.
You know your hands are very expensive. Can you clap a hand for her? Marona re go lebogile motlotlegi wa rona. O pile kgomo le naka. Motswana o kile a re moseka phofu ya gabo hanga swa lentswe. So this forum must ensure that what you have agreed upon and the forebearers have agreed upon, we must emphasize it and we shouldn't be apologetic. Gone are the days of Africans being spectators. We must negotiate on the table. Thank you very much once more, my leader. At this moment, I will now call a cultural performance to come and serenade us with their music and make us remember our roots. Cultural group. It's festive, we're already in festive, so they must put us in that mood. beauty of Africa. And it shows you how strong we are as African. We must never even doubt our strength. Thank you very much, Banabaka. That was a beautiful performance. Yes. Thank you very much. At this moment, I will now call the two speakers. They will follow each other. I won't stand. We will have Ms. Princess N. Mojapelo, South African Youth Parliamentary, and followed by Senator Dr. Linda Lorraine Ngumalo, National Women Parliamentary Caucus, Eswatini. They will follow each other. I won't stand in between. You're welcome. The first one is Mojapelo. Yes.
Guest of honor, honorable speakers and presiding officers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Princess Britumelo Mojapelo, and I am here representing the SADC Youth Parliament. It is an immense honor to stand before this esteemed assembly once again on behalf of the vibrant, resilient and unyielding young people of the SADC region. I rise here representing the Southern Africa Youth Parliament, a youth-led, youth-driven platform committed to amplifying young voices and shaping the policies that define our future, hosted proudly by the Southern Africa Youth Forum. We remain the regional engine of youth mobilization, democratic engagement, and innovation. And I say once again, deliberately, because since the 56th Plenary Assembly in Livingstone, Zambia, young people have been given the rare, profound privilege of addressing the highest decision-making body of the SADC-PF twice every year. Not as spectators, not as ornaments, but as partners, contributors, leaders in our own right. This is not symbolism, this is substance. The SADC-PF stands today as one of the most youth-inclusive institutions in our region. Here, young people are invited not only to speak, but to help shape the direction of this forum through standing committee engagements, high-level dialogues, and core programs. We thank the leadership of this forum for its courage and foresight. Through initiatives such as the mentorship program, young people are being prepared intentionally to step into leadership with clarity, conviction, and competence. Guest of honor and distinguished delegates, a historic milestone in this journey was the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between SAOF and SADC-PF at the 57th Plenary Assembly in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe. That agreement did not merely formalize a partnership, it cemented a shared vision: youth political and economic empowerment, digital inclusion, climate governance, and gender equality. These priorities speak directly to the realities and aspirations of our generation. But progress must be matched with truth. And the truth is this: young people across the SADC region continue to face urgent, deeply interconnected challenges that demand decisive action. Socioeconomic exclusion and unemployment remain some of the painful hurdles. We are the most educated, most connected generation Africa has ever produced, and yet millions of capable, ambitious young people remain locked out of opportunity. With over 60% of our population under 35, this is not just an economic concern. It is a crisis of dignity, a crisis of hope. When young people cannot turn their skills into livelihoods, frustration rises, trust erodes, and an entire generation is put at risk. Addressing youth unemployment requires more than just job creation. It requires restoring confidence, nurturing aspirations, and building inclusive economies where young people can thrive. Peace and security weigh heavily on us as well. From northern Mozambique to the eastern DRC, young people are too often the first to feel the shock waves of violence. Yet, in these very places, youth are stepping forward, taking risks with their lives in community peace building, mediation, and grassroots stabilization. In Tanzania and Madagascar, youth-led protests reflect growing impatience with exclusion, inequality, and governance gaps. I'll tell you this, we are not a silent generation. We are a generation of action. But to sustain our work, youth peace builders do not only need encouragement, we need recognition, protection, and real investment. Human security remains fragile. Poverty, gender-based violence, and limited access to healthcare, especially sexual and reproductive health, continue to strip young people of their rights and their potential. And above all, climate change stands as the defining crisis of our lifetime. Its impact is not theoretical. It is lived daily. More than 240 million young Africans already enduring multiple climatic shocks. In our region, food insecurity, water shortages, and disrupted education are not distant possibilities, they are pressing realities. Yet even in this crisis, young people are leading, from reforesting landscapes to innovating with digital climate tools from Mauritius to Malawi, from Seychelles to Zimbabwe. Youth across SADC are demonstrating courage, creativity, and resilience. In 2022, over 400 young people gathered in Johannesburg at the 4th SADC Youth Forum, where the idea of the SADC Youth Climate Change Envoy was conceived. Today, that idea is a living force. The envoy has launched the Youth Negotiator Program, convened the first conference of youth ahead of COP, and carried the voices of SADC youth to the global platform, including the Africa Climate Week in Nairobi. This is why we welcome the thoughtful and urgent theme of this 58th Plenary Assembly, because climate change is neither gender neutral or generation blind. It hits women and young people hardest, but we remain the champions of innovation and adaptation. Guest of honors and distinguished delegates, this assembly has already approved the establishment of the SADC PF Youth Caucus. We eagerly anticipate its full implementation because it will strengthen youth coordination, expand legislative contributions, and establish a permanent home for the Southern Africa Youth Parliament within this forum. As I conclude, allow me to reaffirm our central conviction. We look to our parliaments for bold, accountable, transformative leadership. Leadership that prepares our region not for the world we once knew, but for the world we are entering. In the powerful words of Oliver Reginald Tambo, a country, a movement, a person that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future. And as the late Nelson Mandela reminds us that it is in our hands to create a better world for all who live in it. The SADC PF has shown this commitment. The challenge then before us is to sustain it, deepen it, and institutionalize it. As the youth of Southern Africa, we stand before you with one unwavering message. We are not leaders in waiting. We are leaders in motion, ready to contribute, eager to lead, determined to shape a future defined by shared purpose, dignity, and opportunity for all. And as you rise into that future, we carry a principle that has guided youth movements across generations. There is nothing for us without us. I thank you.
His Excellency, Mr. Paul Mashatile, Acting President of the Republic of South Africa, and our esteemed guest of honor, Honorable Thierry, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the Parliament of Madagascar, Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Member of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Angela Thokozile Didiza, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and host Speaker of this 58th Plenary Assembly, Honorable Refilwe Mthethwa, MP, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and the host Speaker of this 58th Plenary Assembly in absentia, Honorable Azriel, Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles and host of the 59th Plenary Assembly, distinguished speakers of SADC National Parliamentary Forum, heads of delegations, Mr. Ntuli, Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal, member of the National Assembly of the National Council of Provinces, speakers of South Africa Legislative Sector, Honorable Nontembeko Boyce, Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Councillor Cyril Xaba, Executive Mayor of the eThekwini Municipality, Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekgoma, Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Members of Parliament from the SADC National Parliament, MP Princess, or Ms. Princess, representative of the Southern Africa Youth Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, delegates and observers, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a deep sense of humility and honor that I address this esteemed gathering on behalf of the women parliamentarians of the SADC region under the auspices of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus. We gather here in KwaZulu-Natal province at a moment of great significance. We, in this midst of celebrating or commemorating the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence for 2025, being observed under the theme, Unite to End Digital Violence Against All Women and Girls. The theme challenges us not to remain silent or passive in the face of harm, but to confront emerging threats, especially those born of the rapidly evolving digital age, with clarity, courage, and a united, purposeful resolve. Guests of honor and distinguished delegates, KwaZulu-Natal is not only rich in cultural heritage, but a storied history of resistance. It is also a wellspring of women's leadership whose enduring legacy continues to shape our collective conscience. From the resilience of its matriarchs to the courage of its freedom fighters and the brilliance of its trailblazing daughters, this province has long been a cradle of strength, wisdom, and visionary leadership. It is a land where the spirit of Ubuntu thrives, and where communities are bound by shared purpose, and where voices of women have time and again risen to guide, to heal, and to inspire. It is here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal that we encounter the enduring spirit of towering figures such as Queen Nandi, the revered mother of King Shaka Zulu, and a formidable leader in her own right. Despite the patriarchal norms of her time, Queen Nandi demonstrated exceptional political acumen, resilience, and dignity. She protected and nurtured her son through exile and adversity, instilling in him the values that would later define one of Africa's most powerful kingdoms. Her unwavering strength and influence over court affairs and her reverence within the Zulu nation, where she became a symbol of maternal authority, statecraft, and enduring leadership. Queen Nandi's legacy attests to her foundational role that women have long played in shaping the destiny of nations. We honor Charlotte Maxege, a pioneering figure in academic excellence, spiritual leadership, and political activism. She became the first Black South African woman to attain university degree, a Bachelor of Science from Wilberforce University in Ohio, USA in 1901. A leading figure in the African Methodist Episcopal Church and founder of the Bantu Women League, and she advocated for education, universal suffrage, and social justice, providing organized African womanhood with its first national platform and a strong voice in the international stage. We also remember Dorothy Nyembe, a brave anti-apartheid activist, community organizer, and later a member of the parliament whose unwavering courage and resistance in the face of oppression made her a prominent figure in South Africa's liberation struggle. Her many years of activism, including periods of imprisonment, continue to inspire generations to stand against injustice and to fight freedom and equality. These women were not just symbols in their era, they were architects of change, encouragingly challenging the structures of injustice and reshaping history. Their legacy is not confined to past. It endures as a powerful beacon, guiding our collective pursuit of justice, dignity, and equality today. Yet the very injustices these women leaders fought against continue to persist in new and evolving forms. Gender-based violence still haunts women in their homes, workplaces, and increasingly in digital spaces they explore. Technology facilitated violence, from online harassment to non-consensual sharing of images and digital stalking, targets women and girls with devastating consequences, undermining safety, restricting expression, and reinforcing exclusion. These violations are exacerbated by the digital gender divide, where women and girls remain disproportionately without access to the internet, digital literacy, or tools to participate fully in today's economy and democracy. Meanwhile, climate change worsens women's vulnerability, especially for rural women who face the impact of environmental shocks that disrupt food systems, displace communities, and threaten livelihoods. At the same time, access to sexual and reproductive health and rights, including maternal health services and HIV prevention and treatment, remains unequal and underfunded, putting millions of women and girls at risk of avoidable harm and premature death. In the face of these escalating challenges, we must be unequivocal, and we cannot carry on making laws in silence while women continue to be silenced by violence. Here is a refined version of the The RWPC therefore calls for the accelerated demonstration and implementation of the SADC PF model law on gender-based violence, which provides a harmonized, survivor-centered framework for legal protection and institutional response. Equally, we urge the adoption of the model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage, which addresses one of the most deeply rooted violations of girlhood, whilst unlocking pathways of dignity, opportunity, and empowerment. These model laws must not remain aspirational documents. They must become actionable blueprints. We bring them to life in our national context through robust domestication, adequate resource allocation, and vigilant parliamentary oversight. Furthermore, we must prioritize climate-smart legislation that protects women's livelihoods and positions them as agents of environmental resilience, strengthening the legal and policy
frameworks necessary to combat digital violence and cybercrime, ensuring that women and girls are safeguarded online as much as offline and close to the digital gender gap through fair access to education, connectivity, and digital skills training. We must also broaden access to comprehensive SRHR services, including HIV prevention and treatment, and affirm these rights as essential to human dignity, public health, and sustainable development. Above all, we must persistently work to ensure that full and equal representation of women in all decision-making spaces, not as a token of gesture, but as a constitutional and democratic necessity. On behalf of the Women Parliamentary Caucus of the SADC Regional and Delegates of the 58th Plenary Assembly, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Government of the Republic of South Africa through the President of the Republic, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, for his steadfast leadership in advancing gender justice. In April 2020, the President led South Africa in making significant advance by signing the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, a historic pledge in the fight against GBV and femicide. More recently, at the G20 Social Summit in Boksburg, the President reaffirmed the government's commitment to declaring GBV and femicide a national crisis, officially recognizing it as a crisis that must be urgently addressed. Guests of honor and distinguished delegates, the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence must galvanize both our reflection and collective action. They must ignite our resolve to take decisive legislative intervention to close the digital divide and end digital and domestic violence and empower women not just to survive but to lead. Let this plenary assembly be remembered not only for the speeches delivered within these walls, but for the lives transformed beyond the words, because we could have chosen not only to speak, but to act with courage, urgency, and conviction. In the spirit of Queen Nandi, let us lead with vision, undoubted, unyielding, and guided by a profound sense of purpose. In the cherished memory of Dorothy Nyembe and Charlotte Maxege, let us stand firm against all forms of injustice, drawing strength from the courage of those who walked before us. In the name of every girl who dares to dream of a future free from fear, every girl who looks to us for protection, inspiration, and possibility, let us act with urgency, conviction, and unwavering resolve. The future of our region depends on nothing less. I thank you.
Thank you very much to our young mind. I usually say, when you empower young girls, don't leave the boys behind, because they grow up with the anger, and hence we are stuck with gender violence. So it's important that you must bring them together. They must know they are equals. Honorable member, the founder of this forum, exactly, they wanted to address gender parity. And as the region and as the continent, let's fight and not reverse our gains. In many countries, we are seeing the reversal of the gains, especially on gender. That must be corrected, honorable leaders. It's very, very important. Thank you very much for the powerful input that you make today. Unfortunately, I'm part of the gender activists. I won't keep quiet. And also climate change, I'm an activist. I'm fighting. I want those who have contributed to pay. We want justice on climate in our continent. Without any waste of time, I will now call the President Honorable Thierry, Speaker of the Parliament of Madagascar. Your Worship.
His Excellency, Mr. Paul Mashili, Acting President of Republic of South Africa, our esteemed guest of honor. Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Member of Parliament of Republic of South Africa. Honorable Angel Tukaseli Didiza, MP, Speaker of National Assembly of the Parliament of Republic of South Africa, and host Speaker of this 58th Parliamentary Assembly. Honorable Refeli Michoniti Chipan, MP, Chairperson of National Assembly, National Council of Provinces of Parliament of Republic of South Africa, host Speaker of this 58th Plenary Assembly in absentia. Honorable Azel Julida Ernesta, Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles and host of 59 Plenary Assembly. Distinguished Speaker of SADC National Parliamentary and the Head of Delegates. Her Excellency, Ms. Boemo, Sekgoma, Secretary General of SADC Parliamentary Forum. All protocol observed. It is a great pleasure and a privilege for me to address you in this grand occasion marking the official opening of 53 Parliamentary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. This is indeed an honor to be meeting here in this beautiful coastal city and eThekwini, a city known for the rich natural heritage, unity, and shared aspiration of our SADC region. Guest of honor, distinguished delegate, I'm sure I speak for all, and I express our profound gratitude to the Parliament of Republic of South Africa. Through our gracious host, Honorable Speaker Toko Didiza, the government and the people of South Africa for hosting this plenary assembly. Your warm courtesy and exceptional hospitality extend to us, our delegation since our arrived, are sincerely appreciated. The plenary assembly stands as one of our most crucial institutional platforms. It's here that we deliberate, create partnership, reflect, and renew our shared resolve to deepen democracy, strengthen governance, and advance the well-being of our people. It is here that we extend ideas, share experience, and refine our parliamentary practice in pursuit of excellency. Guest of honor, distinguished delegate, this session allows us to assess our process transparently, to learn from our past with humility, and share our regional integration agenda with determinations. We must commend the Republic of South Africa for its principal and visionary leadership in championing the establishment of the SADC Parliament. We especially remind with pride the event of the 98th Ordinary SADC Summit in Windhoek, Namibia, in August 2028, where Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, eloquent and unequivocal express the imperative of establishing a SADC parliamentary that can amplify the people of the voice, enhance democracy, oversight, and shape the future of our integrity. Guest of honor and distinguished delegate, the SADC PF has consistently demonstrated its value as a strategy platform for fostering interparliamentary cooperation and laying a robust foundation for enhanced citizen engaged in the region integration agenda. It has played pivotal roles in the demonstration of SADC protocol, among their notability through the development and adoption of model of laws. From an administrative standpoint, I'm proud to affirm that the institution has embraced a modern management system underpinned by strong cooperative governance principles, positioning the forum as a credibility of a professional body, well placed to evolve into full-fledged SADC Parliament. We continue to account of South Africa and with renewed support to secure the approval of ratification of protocol and SADC Parliament. Full confident that SADC Parliament will build on the solid capacity and institutional infrastructure we have developed under the auspices of the forum. In this regard, we humbly appeal to Your Excellency to serve as we ambassador among your esteemed colleague, championing to approve of the SADC Parliamentary by August 2026. Guest of honor and distinguished delegate, in conclusion, I wish to thank you, Your Excellency, for taking time out for your busy schedule to grace our official opening ceremony. Your steadfast commitment to parliamentary democracy and regional integration inspire our collective effort. May this plenary assembly strengthen our unity, sharpen our vision, and renew our resolve to build more peace, prosperous, and integral SADC regional. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Even for the president, you are still stingy. No, thank you very much, Honorable President, for the warm words that you have shared with us this morning. We're still in morning, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, you are not lively. I want you to be lively. Yes. The following items, I want to run them this way. Before I call the band, after the band, I will call Honorable Chokoti Diza, the Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of South Africa, and she will introduce our guest speaker, the Acting President, Honorable Mojapelo. I will also not come in between. So, Honorable Speaker, once the band finish, it will be your platform, and as you will be introducing the Deputy President. The band, make us a little bit shaky.
Thank you very much, our program director. Thanks to the band for that lovely rendition. Our program director felt the audience was a bit quiet and we were a bit stiff and not moving, even our hands very lazy to clap, and decided that she must actually ask the band to make us move a little bit. Thank you very much, Honorable Despo, for that, Speaker of our province of Bokoni Bophirima in the Northwest. Deputy President of South Africa, His Excellency Paul Mashatile, who's the acting president and is with us, has been with us from the beginning of this program in hybrid, because he would not have been able to be here because of other government business. We also want to thank the President for having ensured that we have a representation at the highest level to come and welcome us, even though he himself is not around in Mozambique, and we'd like to thank him for that. Our SADC PF President, Honorable Thierry, who is here among us, and thank you for the message that you have given on behalf of SADC. Our Executive Mayor of the City of eThekwini Council, Cyril Xaba, the Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honorable Boyce, and all provincial speakers present here and deputy speakers. Honorable speakers from our region, the SADC Parliament, who are all here, and the leaders of the various delegations. The members of Parliament who are here, the members of the provincial legislatures who are here, the members of eThekwini eThekwini Metro, who are also here, who are our hosts. Our representative of Southern Africa Youth Parliament, Princess Mojapelo, thank you very much for the message that you have given us, and I'm sure the speakers and members of Parliament present here did indeed take to heart what you have said to us. Representative of the Regional Women's Parliament, Dr. Honorable Linda Ngumalo, would like to also thank you for the message you have given, but also reflecting on the theme of the 16 days of activism against violence on women and girls. Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Boemo, and thank you very much for your message too, when you reflected in particular about the role and place of eThekwini and KwaZulu-Natal province, but also reflecting how it connects all of us as the SADC region. Our esteemed secretaries of parliaments who are here from our respective parliaments in the region, and their staff that are here with us. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and privilege to stand before you as this esteemed assembly, a collective voice representing the will, hopes, and aspiration of peoples in Southern Africa. As we gather in this august assembly, our hearts and prayers are with the people of New Hanover, whose houses and infrastructure was washed away by floods just 5 days ago in the Umgongondlovu district. Earlier this year, close to 21,145 individuals in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape and Northern Cape were impacted by floods, severe heat waves, and other climate-related shocks, illustrating the lived stress and impact of climate change. As you will notice on the planned excursions that we will have tomorrow after our symposium around the town of eThekwini, which is still recovering from the devastating floods of April 2022, which killed hundreds of people in this region and displaced more families. In most cases, women and youth are proportionally more affected by climate shocks. It is women who have to carry the burden of care after any devastation where they have to pick up the pieces of their families and of their children. It is the women, when streams have been affected, have to walk long distances to fetch water. It is the women, where such shifts have happened, have to wonder where they get their energy sources for cooking for their families. It is for this reason that today and tomorrow in particular, we will reflect on the impact of climate change to women and youth. Bring a human face of how citizens are severely impacted by climate shocks. In the Southern African region, the increasing frequency and intensity of El Nino-induced drought condition is pushing more people into hunger and desperation. It also has moved more people into the chain of immigration and humanitarian deterioration. These examples point to the urgent need for collective action to avert further effects of climate change. It is against this background that we are hosting this 58th Plenary Assembly under the theme, I quote, "The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation." The climate change crisis is fundamentally a crisis of inequality. While its effects spare no one, its burdens are not shared equally. Women and youth bear the heaviest brand. Prolonged droughts mean longer, riskier journeys for water. Flash floods destroy fragile livelihoods, and increased resource scarcity fuels tension and inability for many. Climate change exacerbates existing gender inequalities, limiting access to education, increasing poverty, and threatening safety of women and children. Similarly, our youth, who represent the future of the region and continent, are inheriting a dangerously compromised world and decaying infrastructure damaged by weather and climate shocks. Climate change affects youth through loss of agricultural productivity, displacement, and limited economic opportunities. However, they are also the generation of change, armed with innovation, digital literacy, and an unwavering commitment to a sustainable future. We heard from our young representative, who was representing the youth of the region, saying they took a resolution on how, even in the present, they will advance innovative ideas and act to prevent and mitigate climate change. I think we have responsibilities as the various parliaments to work with these young pioneers on how the solutions they carved can be multiplied across the region. Honourable members, COP30, which has just ended, was held in Brazil, and it was framed as the implementation COP, implying it was meant to focus less on what the world must do, rather on how to make it all happen to curb the rising global greenhouse gas emissions. While there was neither a consensus on the roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels, nor an agreement on climate finance for developing countries, the COP30 did produce outcomes that have revived the call to work together to find global solutions on climate change. On the milestone reached was the adoption of the global Mojapelo decision. A Mojapelo is a Brazilian concept which indigenous origins, which means collective work. Translated to one of the Southern African language in isiZulu, it would be masisebenzisane. Another consequential outcome of COP30 was the creation of a just transition mechanism. South Africa has long advocated for a just transition approach to ensure that no one is left behind, regardless of developmental phase, resources, endowment, and technological advancement. Honourable members, we must appreciate that transitioning from fossil fuel to other alternative energies does impact on the livelihoods of people, and particularly workers who have been working in the mine in particular, and communities surrounding those mines and the dependencies thereof. It is important that as we indeed look at how we transition in a just manner, we do not discount the impact to those who have been directly employed in the fossil fuel industries. Our responsibilities would be to how do we ensure that new alternative energies also are able to absorb others or even diversify and create new forms of work. Distinguished members, the legislative branch is not an observer in the crisis. We are a decisive actor. Our role must be to extend beyond approving budget lines. It requires active, intentional, and transformative intervention across two pillars. On mitigation, parliaments must ensure that national legislation aligns with international and regional commitments such as the COP's outcome, Paris Agreement, and the SADC climate change strategy. This means enacting laws that incentivize cleaner and renewable energy, mandating sustainable land use and water management practices. Crucially, we must introduce and monitor climate change acts that establish clear national targets, institutional responsibilities, and accountable mechanisms. Chairperson, as we do this, it is important also to look at how we adapt in the present and ensure that the mechanisms we develop manages to assist us to actually move beyond the present in a better way. I hope that this symposium we will have and the subsequent discussion of the Assembly will enable us as the members of the region to find better ways that we can actually put into action and mitigate the impact of climate change. I thank you. Allow me to introduce our guest of honor, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, who is the Deputy President of our country, a seasoned politician, an activist in his own right from an early age, but also who has been in the trenches even in post-apartheid South Africa. Deputy President Mashatile has served in the provincial executive as member of the Executive Council in Housing. He also became the Premier of the province of Gauteng. Deputy President Mashatile became the Minister in government where he served as a Minister of Arts and Culture and is now the Deputy President of our country, championing, among others, issues of SANAC, which relates to issues of HIV and AIDS, but also who leads the interministerial committees on land and agriculture, the interministerial committee that looks at issues of water, but also he is the leader of government business, whom as Parliament we work together to ensure that there is coordination between the work of the executive and that of Parliament. Deputy President Mashatile.
Directors of ceremonies, our hosts, the Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Xaba, Speaker of the KZN Legislature, Honorable Boyce, the Speaker of the National Assembly in South Africa, Honorable Togo Didiza, SADC Parliamentary Forum President, Honorable Randrianan Soloniakos Seteni-Thierry, Speaker of Madagascar, Speaker and members of Parliament from SADC member states, representatives of SADC Secretariat, Pan-African Parliament, African Union Commission, climate change experts and development partners from UNFP, UNDP, AU, IPU, private sector and civil society here present, ladies and gentlemen. I would have liked to be with you in Durban this morning, but owing to some other pressing government commitments, I was unable to be there. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We are convened with the crucial focus on the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. This theme emphasizes the necessity of collective action by parliaments to address and develop sustainable solutions for this pressing challenge. South Africa G20 declaration. Before delving into the subject, let me pause and acknowledge that this plenary takes place following the successful hosting of the G20 summit, the first ever hosted on African soil. What is more important is that the summit resulted in several key outcomes focused on placing the priorities of the continent and the Global South at the forefront of global agenda. A significant achievement was the adoption of the G20 declaration centered on the themes of solidarity, equality, sustainability as key pillars of inclusive growth. The declaration emphasizes the African philosophy of Ubuntu, I am because we are, which stresses global interconnectedness and a commitment to ensuring no one is left behind. The key areas of commitment and action included leaders condemning all attacks against civilians and reaffirming their commitment to work for a just, comprehensive, and lasting peace in conflict areas. Recognizing that high debt levels hinder inclusive growth, especially in low-income countries in Africa, the G20 committed to strengthening the implementation of the common framework for debt treatment in a timely and coordinated manner. They also called for enhanced debt transparency from all stakeholders. The G20 supports finalizing the quota increase under the 6th General Review of Quotas to ensure a strong and adequately resourced International Monetary Fund. Notably, they welcomed the creation of a 25th chair at the IMF Executive Board to enhance the voice and representation of sub-Saharan Africa. On energy transitions, the G20 Leaders Summit recognized that over 600 million Africans lack access to electricity. Therefore, they supported global efforts to triple renewable energy capacity and double the global average annual rate of energy efficiency improvements by 2030. They welcomed the Mission 300 platform to connect 300 million people to electricity in Africa by 2030, and the new action plan to accelerate the deployment of clean cooking solutions. The G20 supported the G20 Critical Minerals Framework, which is a guide to ensure that the supply of important minerals is sustainable and stable, while also encouraging local processing and value addition in the countries where these minerals are produced. The leaders welcomed the high-level principles on sustainable industrial policy for inclusive economic growth, industrialization, jobs, and equality. They also established the Nelson Mandela target, aiming to further reduce the rate of young people not in employment, education, or training by 5% by 2030, and also committed to advancing universal social protection systems. They reiterated their commitment to resilient food systems and welcomed the Ubuntu approaches on food security and nutrition, which aim to address the negative impacts of excessive food price volatility. Equally, the leaders recognize the potential of artificial intelligence and welcome the launch of the AI for Africa initiative, a voluntary platform for multilateral cooperation to promote access to computing power, talent, and infrastructure in African countries. The subject was also extensively discussed at the 57th Plenary Assembly held in Victoria Falls City in the Republic of Zimbabwe under the theme Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Effective and Efficient Parliamentary Processes in the SADC region. Experiences, challenges, and opportunities. The key outcomes in this regard included a call to share experiences and best practices, the recognition of challenges like data security and over-reliance on foreign AI, and the identification of opportunities to improve efficiency and transparency through AI tools. Moreover, the G20 commended the South African presidency for launching the second phase of the G20 Compact with Africa 2025 to 2030. The leaders welcomed the African Union as a full member of the G20 and called for a transformative reform of the UN Security Council to make it more representative and inclusive, specifically improving the representation of Africa, Asia Pacific, and Latin America and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change was also a central topic of the G20 summit. The topic was integrated into several working groups and culminated in specific commitments in the leaders' declaration. The leaders acknowledged the increasing frequency and intensity of disasters and welcomed the G20 voluntary high-level principles for investing in disaster risk reduction. They also reiterated the urgent need for universal coverage of early warning systems, particularly in Africa by 2027. They reaffirmed their commitment to the Paris Agreement goal of limiting global average temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius and stressed the importance of national just transition pathways to achieve climate action alongside poverty eradication. It is commendable that SADC is addressing climate change through policy development, capacity building, and specific initiatives like the development of a regional climate resilient water investment program. Key actions include creating climate change strategy and action plan, mainstreaming climate change into other policies, enhancing climate information services, and focusing on water resources management to build regional resilience. However, significant challenges remain, and the region is still highly vulnerable to climate impacts. Climate change disproportionately affects women and young people, increasing their work burdens, escalating health risks, and heightening the changes of gender-based violence and exploitation. It poses a significant threat multiplier, exacerbating existing socio-economic vulnerabilities. In parallel, climate change impacts such as persistent droughts, extreme weather events, including floods and cyclones, land degradation, and shifting rainfall patterns profoundly undermine sustainable development in SADC, particularly affecting women and youth. It is imperative to acknowledge that women are disproportionately affected due to their central roles in household welfare and their dependence on climate-sensitive natural resources. As primary providers of food, water, and fuel, climate-induced scarcity compels women to undertake extended journeys, thereby increasing their workload, exposure to risks, and adverse health consequences. Women are highly reliant on rain-fed agriculture. Fluctuating crop yields, the loss of livelihood, exacerbate food insecurity and poverty within female-headed households. Furthermore, women often lack economic, political, and legal power, including land rights, which restrict their resilience and capacity for adaptation. During periods of crisis, they have limited access to relief and decision-making processes. Additionally, youth and adolescent girls, along with young people in general, are frequently associated with disrupted education and heightened vulnerability. Consequently, climate-related hazards such as floods and droughts can cause damage to schools' infrastructure or compel households to withdraw children, particularly girls, from schools to support subsistence and income-generating activities. This situation exacerbates the vulnerability of girls, leading to a significant rise in school dropouts among adolescent girls. This phenomenon often contributes to unequal gender roles, increasing their risk of child, early and forced marriages as a coping mechanism for impoverished families. Furthermore, it exposes them to physical and sexual abuse. Therefore, the combination of limited opportunities and climate shocks can restrict livelihood prospects for young people, particularly in rural areas. Consequently, they may resort to increased internal or regional migration to urban slums in pursuit of survival. In response to climate change mitigation and adaptation, the SADC parliaments hold a vital mandate and play a multifaceted role in promoting effective and equitable climate action. This is accomplished through their functions related to legislation, oversight, and representation. Immediately, we must enact and strengthen our policies to align with regional agreements such as the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development, SADC Climate Change Strategy, and international climate agreements such as the Paris Agreements and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We must also promote gender-sensitive policies by introducing legislation that ensures a just and equitable approach and mandates the mainstreaming of gender consideration in all climate policies. We must facilitate the transition to clean energy by enacting laws and creating enabling policy environments that incentivize renewable energy investments, improve access to clean energy, and leverage critical minerals for sustainable supply chains. As we implement these transformative reforms, we must strengthen oversight and accountability. This work will entail parliaments holding governments accountable for their performance in implementing domestic climate laws, regional commitments, and international obligations. To effectively address climate change, it is imperative that we allocate sufficient resources to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Programs, particularly those that focus on vulnerable groups. The success of this initiative hinges on investment in robust monitoring and evaluation capacities, particularly in monitoring the impacts of climate-related programs. It is crucial to ensure these programs are inclusive, effective, and aligned with their intended objectives, particularly in reducing vulnerabilities and promoting gender equity. This multifaceted approach requires not only comprehensive whole-of-government strategies, but also the active engagement of civil society and the private sector as partners with government. By bridging this gap, we can ensure that parliaments serve as crucial intermediaries between constituents and the government, facilitating the inclusion of the voices, concerns, and local knowledge of affected communities, particularly women and youth, in national policy debates and decision-making processes. It is essential to invest in public dialogues and awareness initiatives by providing platforms for public hearings and discussions on climate change-related issues. This will raise national awareness and enable the solicitation of public perspectives to ensure that policies are people-centric and inclusive. In the subsequent iteration of the SADC regional and international engagement, it is crucial to revive detailed reports on the progress made in member countries, particularly in the realm of parliamentary activities. Additionally, it is imperative to assess the level of accountability and delivery of this program. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude by reiterating that parliaments play a crucial role in shaping policies and implementing measures to mitigate and adapt to climate change. We have the power to enact legislation that promotes sustainable practices, invest in renewable energy sources, and support communities most affected by environmental changes. In South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa signed the Climate Change Bill into law in 2024, which outlines a national climate change response, including mitigation and adaptation measures, as well as South Africa's fair contribution to the global climate change response. The law also sets out to enhance South Africa's ability and capacity over time to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build climate resilience while reducing the risk of job losses and promoting opportunities emerging in the green economy. South Africa's Parliament has also made a clear commitment to clean governance and fight corruption as core principles. It is imperative that we work together to ensure that our laws and policies reflect the urgent need to address our challenges, including climate change and its disproportionate impact on women and youth. As leaders in our communities, let us commit ourselves to meaningful and impactful action to address the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region. Together, we can make a difference and ensure that our region thrives in the face of environmental challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
This side, I don't get it. I don't get it. No, thank you very much. You know, this group, this side is very progressive. This side. Even the dance I saw this side, it was... No, thank you very much, His Excellency, the President, the acting President, Deputy President of South Africa, for the warm word and sharing with us the resolution of the G20, and also our host speaker, Honorable Chokodi Diza. We are very blessed to have you leading us in our country. And indeed, the Deputy President is correct. Only Parliament and legislatures can shape how our community should live. Don't ever undermine your role as a member of Parliament or as a member of the legislature. You are playing a very, very prominent role in your community. Once more, let me call the Speaker of the 59th Plenary Assembly session. They didn't give me a name. Maybe they wanted to be a surprise, to do a vote of thanks to all of us. Oh, I'm told he's the Speaker of Seychelles. I was disadvantaged earlier. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you.
His Excellency, Mr. Paul Mashatile, Acting President of the Republic of South Africa, our esteemed guest of honor, Honorable Thierry Randiana Soloniaiko, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the Parliament of Madagascar, Honorable Sylvia Isaacs, Vice President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Member of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Angela Tokozile Didiza, MP, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and host Speaker of this 58th Plenary Assembly, Honorable Refilwe Mitsweni Tsipane, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa and host Speaker of this 58th Plenary Assembly in absentia, distinguished speakers of SADC national parliaments and heads of delegations, Mr. Ntuli, Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, members of the National Assembly and members of the National Council of Provinces, speakers of the South African legislative sector, Honorable Notembeko Boyce, Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Councillor Cyril Xaba, Executive Mayor of the eThekwini Municipality, Her Excellency Ms. Boemo Sekgoma, Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Senator Dr. Linda Lorraine Zumalo, Interim Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus and the National Women's Parliamentary Caucus of Eswatini, Honourable Members of Parliament from SADC National Parliaments, Ms. Princess Mojapelo, Representative of the Southern Africa Youth Parliament, members of the Diplomatic Corps, delegates and observers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my profound honour to stand before you as the Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles and incoming host of the 59th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary Assembly to deliver the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. Today's gathering has been nothing short of inspiring. We have come together as a family of nations, united by purpose and friendship, to mark the official opening of the 58th Plenary Assembly of SADC-PF, convened under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change, Mitigation and Adaptation. This theme is not just a slogan, it is a clarion call to action, and the resonance of that call has been felt powerfully here this morning. On behalf of every delegate present, I extend our deepest gratitude to Your Excellency, Acting President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile. Thank you, sir, for gracing us and for your insightful official opening address. In your dual capacity as President of our host nation and as the interim chairperson of SADC, your presence signifies the highest level of political support for our forum's mission. We are profoundly grateful that despite your many responsibilities, you chose to stand in solidarity with the SADC Parliamentary Forum today. Your Excellency, your words have energized us. You have reaffirmed our conviction that strong leadership coupled with parliamentary action is essential to confront the challenges of climate change. We are inspired by your commitment to sustainable development and regional unity, and we thank you for the encouragement and wisdom you have shared. Allow me to also sincerely thank the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa through Honorable Didiza, our wonderful host. Under your exemplary leadership, with the support of the Secretary to Parliament and working in concert with the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature and the eThekwini municipality, you have ensured that we feel truly welcomed. The excellent arrangements and warm hospitality here in eThekwini have provided the perfect atmosphere for us to engage as one SADC family. From the moment we arrived in this beautiful city, we have been received with open arms. The gracious welcome by the Honorable Premier of KwaZulu-Natal and the Mayor of eThekwini, and the hospitality of the people of this province have made us feel at home. Thank you, colleagues, for hosting the 58th Plenary Assembly with such care and splendor. I wish to acknowledge and thank all the distinguished dignitaries and speakers who have enriched this opening ceremony with their presence and remarks. Our gratitude goes to the Honorable SADC-PF President, Honorable Thierry, Speaker of the Parliament of Madagascar, for his leadership and guidance to our forum. We also thank Her Excellency Boemo Sekgoma, the SADC-PF Secretary General, and her entire Secretariat team for the tireless efforts behind the scenes in coordinating this plenary assembly session. Special appreciation goes to the representatives who spoke on behalf of our youth and women in the region, the Southern Africa Youth Parliament representative and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus representative for their insightful reflections. Their voices full of passion and hope reminded us why the theme of this plenary remains so vital. Indeed, when the youth and women of our region speak, they speak to the very core of our agenda, urging us to create a better future. To all speakers, members, clerks or secretaries general and staff of national parliaments from the SADC member states, thank you for your active participation and the unity you have displayed by being here. Your presence sends a powerful message that we stand together as a region. We also appreciate the presence of our partners, including regional parliamentary assemblies, United Nations agencies, representatives of civil society, academia, the private sector, and youth organizations. Your engagement in our work demonstrates an inclusive commitment to the issues under the spotlight. We thank all stakeholders and friends of SADC-PF for joining hands with us in pursuit of our common goals. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I want to thank all those whose hard work made this event possible. From the organizers, protocol teams and support staff, to the interpreters, security personnel, and the media, your behind-the-scenes dedication ensures the success of this plenary assembly's opening. A special thanks to the cultural performers who graced us with the music and dance of South Africa. Through your art, you have added joy and reminded us of the rich cultural tapestry of our SADC region. We are grateful to each one of you for your contribution. In conclusion, on behalf of the SADC PF and all present, I once again extend a heartfelt thank you to His Excellency Acting President Mashatile for honoring us as the guest of honor, and to all dignitaries and delegates for your invaluable presence and support. The commitment and camaraderie witnessed here today give us renewed confidence that the deliberations of this plenary will translate into meaningful actions. As we depart from this opening ceremony and prepare to engage in the work ahead, let us carry with us the inspiration of this moment. Let the determination in this room be as steadfast as the enduring African sun, in our collective will as unyielding as the ancient rocks of our continent. In the poetic words of Percy B. Shelley, if winter comes, can spring be far behind? Though the challenges of climate change may sometimes cast a long winter shadow over our region, I truly believe that united in purpose, we will usher in a spring of renewal and resilience. Finally, I invite all of you to join me in a round of applause to thank our guests of honor and every contributor to this memorable opening ceremony. Thank you, merci, obrigado, siyabonga, asante sana.
Obrigado. I've learned a word today. No, thank you very much, Speaker, for thanking all of us. We appreciate all the things. We are heading toward the end of our program. We are doing very well with regard to time. We are flexing nicely. Before I make announcement, I want to thank also myself for being a good program propeller. But I want to thank you for being good audience, honorable members. You allow me to propel you. Thank you so much for that. I will humbly request all of you to rise. So in a SADC, we start with our songs and close with our songs. So before I make announcements, I'll request all of you to rise as again we sing our AU, SADC, and the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa to mark the end of the official opening of this program. Our South African Army Band, you can lead us on those three songs. Thank you. very much. Now we go, you may be seated. Now we go to announcement. I'm requested to inform you that dinner will be at 6 p.m., the same venue, same transport arrangement that you took coming here. And from here, group photo, 2 pictures will be taken. The first one, Speaker of Parliament and Head of Delegate of SADC Parliament. That's the first picture. The second picture, Speakers of Parliament and Head of Delegate joined by Speakers of South African Provincial Legislatures, Borunaso, plus SADC, SG, and STP. The rest of the delegates may proceed to lunch. Immediately afterward, the Speaker of the National Assembly of South African Parliament will continue with the media houses. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the official program of the opening of this seminar. I thank you. We will allow our front table. Officials, can you assist us to direct where the picture will be taken so that, it will be taken here. All right. The rest are in Huja Dijotsa Motsekgare. Let's go for lunch.
Welcome back. You're still watching the live broadcast of the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. We're coming to you live from Durban International Convention Center. You are watching Parliament TV.
And of course, that marks the end of the opening ceremony, and delegates and officials are assembling to take a group photo, and that is the item on the agenda at the moment.
As you can see there in your screen, everyone are getting ready. It is, of course, the end of day one. It was marked as an official opening ceremony wherein we got to hear a number of speakers, starting from some of our women and youth speakers. We had a representative from the Southern Africa Youth Parliament, Ms. Princess Mojapelo, also addressing the House. We also had like a women representative from the Parliamentary Caucus. That was Honorable Senator Linda Lorraine Ngumalo of the National Women Parliamentary Caucus in Eswatini.
And of course, with that, it must be notable to note that the Speaker of our National Assembly, Ms. Toko Didiza, also provided some remarks and an introduction of for the guest of honor. And of course, we had the acting President of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable His Excellency Mr. Paul Mashatile, who provided a keynote address to the SADC PF.
And to remind those who are just watching us now, we're coming to you live from Durban ICC. It is the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. It is day one, and we're looking at having the event for 5 days from now up until Friday, the 5th of December.
That is correct. And just a reminder of what the theme is. The theme is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region, on the role of parliaments in climate change mitigation and adaptation. I think for me, Temingosi, the one thing that I love about this is how there's this golden thread between all these big events that are happening in South Africa. We had the P20 in October, and climate change, and women and the youth were at the center of those conversations.
And we even had the G20. It's been quite a very busy year for South Africa. 2025 has been a very busy year for us. But just to share some of the core program highlights that would have come up from this session. It was a high-level plenary session on climate mitigation, adaptation, and the socio-economic fallout for agriculture, water, energy, and livelihoods, and also the presentations. So a number of presentations on progress, challenges, and emerging priorities in climate across the SADC region.
And of course, the Deputy President of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, delivering that keynote address, set the operational tempo for the discussions and engagements that are going to be happening throughout the week. And of course, he emphasized that climate change has become a direct threat to stability, development and human security across the SADC. He called for parliaments to transform from policy aspiration to policy execution, which is a conversation that we often have here on Parliament TV regarding ensuring that there's a relationship between policy and execution, that people feel the impact of what is being spoken about within these engagements on the ground. Now, the Deputy President also emphasized that the legislative and oversight mandates of the SADC-PF and the parliaments at large are key levers in building climate-resilient societies. Now, as you might know, we are in the KZN, and this is one of the provinces that are highly impacted by climate change, adversely impacted, of course. And of course, such engagements and with so many regional leaders and leaders of different parliaments ensures that the very people that you put in Parliament have your interests at heart and ensure that such things such as disaster management are put on the map and addressed.
And we're hoping that all the decisions that will be taken during this plenary assembly will impact not just only in Durban, South Africa, but in the entire SADC region. For those who have just joined us, you can contribute at Parliament of RSA on all our social media platforms. For now, please stay tuned to Parliament TV.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC-PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC-PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
Welcome back. You're still watching Parliament TV on DSTV channel 408. And it is the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, coming to you live from Durban International Convention Center. And joining me in studio now for a discussion is Mr. Shueneni Karusha. He's a Director of Parliamentary Business and Programs in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Mr. Karusha, thank you very much for joining us at Parliament TV.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you to your viewers.
And as you've just thanked our viewers, for those who've just tuned in now, could you briefly explain the central theme of this 58th Plenary Assembly and why it was chosen for this specific moment in the region's development?
Thank you very much. The theme focuses on the impact of climate change on women and youth, specifically focusing on the role of Parliament in building resilience in adaptation. The theme acknowledges that the SADC region is enduring or has had to endure on an ongoing basis the impact of climate change, whether you're looking at droughts, perpetual floods, cyclones, and these have a disproportionate impact on vulnerable populations or in our demographics, specifically women and youth, by virtue of existing structural challenges that are already affecting these populations. And there is recognition that parliaments, in their collective mandate, in terms of legislation, in terms of oversight, in terms of appropriation of resources, can and must take action to assist our member states to be able to respond to these challenges. So that's why the theme was chosen.
Now, this plenary is a significant gathering of parliamentarians from across the Southern Africa. So what are the key overarching goals you hope to achieve by the end of this assembly here in Durban?
I think the overarching goals to be achieved must be understood within the context of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as the collective or apex parliamentary body in the SADC region, where the intention is to bring to bear the collective parliamentary voice in the region, SADC region's regional integration agenda. What you must recall is that when you look at the SADC region, the integration model did not always start with parliamentarians. The parliamentarians were brought on board later, but it's because of the realization that they are the representatives of the people. And if regional integration must have practical dimensions to citizens of the region, the representatives of the people who are the parliamentarians ought to be on board. One of the main responsibilities thrust upon the SADC Parliamentary Forum is to strengthen the implementation capacity of SADC by bringing parliamentarians on board. When you look at the way the region operates as a collective, they do this primarily through protocols that are adopted at regional level, but that must be implemented at national level. And the implementation framework, though varied in terms of the legal systems of our member states and member parliaments, whether dualist or monist, they inevitably or invariably require parliaments to play a role in facilitating the domestication, the ratification and domestication. And therefore, this plenary assembly focuses primarily on accelerating the role of parliament in domestication of SADC protocols. So what happens is that in terms of the SADC parliamentary processes, a plenary assembly starts with the convening of standing committees. These are thematic committees that focus on the various areas of regional integration of SADC. When you look at the SADC Treaty, Article 5, Article 21, Article 5 speaking to the objectives, Article 21 speaking to the areas of integration. There are different areas of integration, and for each area, there are various protocols that have been adopted. And these protocols are at different stages of ratification and domestication. And one of the things that you will see through standing committee reports, and these standing committees are actually aligned to the SADC sectors. And each one of them has a mandate that speaks to that. And they are going to be reflecting on the different protocols that have been signed by SADC and where they are in terms of ratification, where they are in terms of domestication. So at the end of the day, when we conclude the sitting of the plenary assembly, we would have looked at where we are across the different thematic areas in terms of the progress on the domestication of the SADC protocols, So one of the areas to look out for is the standing committee reports that are focusing on these various protocols that SADC protocols that need to be implemented if they must be realized at national level.
Now, another key function of the SADC Parliamentary Forum is to promote democratic principles. So, yes. What are the most pressing challenges to democracy and good governance in the SADC region, and how is this plenary going to address those?
What we must appreciate is that, first of all, the democratization project is an ongoing project. By comparison, if you look at the SADC region, it is a young region where countries are still evolving and they have to tackle these challenges that relate to the democratization project. Sometimes there is debate around whether we are in democratic consolidation stage or we are in the infancy, the early years, where we are also grappling with some of the challenges that relate to democracy. And while that is happening, there are also emerging issues that have further complicated the challenges that the region must confront to be able to democratize and respond to the challenges that are there. If you were listening during the official opening, one of the illuminating voices that spoke was the young person who were projecting or painting a picture of some of the challenges that young people are facing in the SADC region. Socioeconomic development issues of under and unemployment amongst the youth. So you have a very young population, SADC region like the rest of the continent. You have young people who constitute the majority, and they have expectations. The democratic dividends where economic benefits must accrue to these young people. And the state of the economies, given the historical challenges that are there, including post-COVID recovery, we've just been talking about the issue of the impact of climate change, all that puts economic pressure on the economies of the countries. And coupled with that, there is expectation on citizens to deliver. Democracy means nothing to an ordinary citizen if that does not translate to practical economic benefits or transformation of their material conditions. And that's part of what the SADC region is grappling with right now. If you look at the situation in the region, and I think it was illuminated through the speeches where they talked about the challenges from northern Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado, to eastern DRC, to the demonstrations that have happened in Tanzania, in Madagascar. They speak to the core of some of those challenges. Issues of gender equality, the chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus spoke about the unfulfilled promise of parity, where SADC is committed through the SADC Protocol on Gender and Development to promote gender parity, but that remains yet an ongoing challenge.
Thank you, Mr. Karusha. Unfortunately, I have to stop this interview here, but we have 5 days together, so we'll have another opportunity to engage again, but we just have to quickly go to the media briefing of the Speaker of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you.
Well, viewers at home, that was Mr. Karusha. He's a Director, Parliamentary Business and Programs, SADC Parliamentary Forum. But for now, let's listen to the media briefing of the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Togo Didiza.
SADC, PF, the Secretary of Parliament of South Africa, Mr. Cllr George, ladies and gentlemen of the media, good morning, good afternoon, just after 12. Indeed, we thank you for having come for this media briefing, but also to the opening program of the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. South Africa is indeed honored to host this important gathering of speakers, presiding officers, and members of parliament from the Southern African Development Community member states. The SADC Parliamentary Forum is an institution that has for nearly 3 decades been central to the strengthening of parliamentary democracy, regional integration, and the harmonization of legislation that supports development across Southern Africa. Since its establishment in 1996, the SADC Parliamentary Forum has served as the region's premier platform for inter-parliamentary cooperation. It has contributed significantly to the advancement of democratic norms by developing international recognized model laws, by supporting credible elections through robust observation missions, and by elevating gender equality and human rights within national parliamentary agendas. It is for this reason that it is compulsory for the delegation of every member state to the Parliamentary Assembly to bring 1 delegate from the Women's Caucus of their parliaments. The forum has also amplified the voices of young people, championed sexual and reproductive health rights, and promoted oversight practices that align national parliaments with shared regional priorities. Throughout its history, the forum has demonstrated that cooperation amongst legislatures is not only desirable, but is indispensable to the collective progress of our region. The Plenary Assembly, a biannual session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, will once again convene to carry this mission forward. And as South Africa, we are honored to host it in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, a region deeply shaped by the intersections of climate change, economy, culture, and community resilience. KwaZulu-Natal has experienced, perhaps more than any other province in recent years, the devastating effects of climate change in floods that have washed away homes, taken away lives, and disrupted the livelihoods of already vulnerable families. Hosting this gathering here is therefore both symbolic and timely. It reminds us that climate impacts are not theoretical but lived realities, and that discussions about mitigation and adaptation must be rooted in the experience of our communities. We meet here in Durban not merely to exchange ideas, but to confront one of the greatest challenges of our generation, the accelerating climate crisis and its devastating impact on our people, our economies, and our ecosystems. The Plenary Assembly takes place at a time when the effects of climate change are no longer abstract, but focused in our daily life, lived realities for millions of people in Southern Africa. Honourable members of the media, you have already heard the interventions that have been made by women and youth on the centrality of why in our adaptation and mitigation strategies we need to take into consideration the livelihoods of young people and women in general. We've also heard when Acting President, Deputy President Mojapelo made his intervention in his opening address, indicating as well how in the G20 Leaders Summit they also reflected on the impact of climate change and looked at how best mitigation as well as climate financing can be accelerated. Our region is experiencing more frequent and intense cyclones, floods, and droughts. We're seeing rising temperatures and water scarcity. Millions of our people are affected by food insecurity and growing threats to public health, livelihoods, and infrastructure. So in dealing with this issue, we have decided as the SADC Parliamentary Forum, hosted here in South Africa, that tomorrow, in the beginning of the Assembly, we will start with a symposium where we bring in the municipality of eThekwini in particular, because of how they had to respond to some of the climate change disasters, to learn from them how they managed, but also where they think there are failures and where they would need to improve. We have also brought in national government who would also share their experiences of how they have actually worked on mitigation strategies and how they have, in their planning, ensured that early warning system become part and parcel of dealing with issues of adaptation and mitigation. We have also brought in academia and other experts on climate change who would also share with us what their thoughts are and what they think could be done in dealing with these climate shocks that our region is experiencing. Member parliaments will also make their interventions, sharing their experiences of how, as different countries in the region, they've actually dealt with climate shocks that we've seen in a number of our countries in the region. This will then enable us that when we sit from Tuesday to Thursday as the Assembly in a form of a parliament, we will then reflect on the outcomes of the symposium and be able to take a resolution on what we need to do as the different parliaments in the region, both in terms of legal frameworks, where there may be none, on areas of oversight, and how we can continuously monitor. And lastly, ensure that we increase public awareness and give necessary information to communities on how they can actually deal with the shocks of climate change as they impact each and every community. So this 58th Plenary Assembly will also deal with the previous resolutions that had been taken in the previous Assembly to make an assessment of how, as different countries were factored in the implementation of those resolutions of our previous Assembly. So the Parliamentary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum offers us an opportunity to take stock of what each and every country has done in the implementation of our strategy, as well as what are new proposals that may be making on areas that we need our focus. Thank you very much to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the host speaker of the SADC Summit, for those opening remarks. Can we now have the hands from the floor, from members of the media, if there's any questions of clarification? Yes, you can. I think there's a mic, roving mic there, behind you. Just mention your name and your media house.
Okay, thanks very much. My name is Kalesa Kempeza from SAPC. And Speaker has also mentioned that climate change have a negative impact, especially on women and youth. My question is, taking into consideration the fact that African countries, especially, don't have financial muscles. So, how are you going to make sure that you implement this resolution that will be taken here effectively, as you are lacking financial resources to make sure that young people also empower themselves, and also rural women?
Okay. Did you want to ask before the speaker comes?
Yes.
Okay. Just maybe 3 questions, Speaker, so that you can answer all of them.
Hi, it's Toba Ngema from Independent Newspapers. Just to add to his question, what are the biggest challenges faced in securing funding and resources for climate change initiatives that benefit women and youth?
Okay. Any other question? Yours is similar.
Yes, greetings. My name is Londi Wekumete. I'm from Imbodo 96.8 FM. It's a local community radio station. My question is probably similar to my other colleagues, but I'll just go for it. It says, what specific mechanism are parliaments using to ensure that national budgets include sufficient transparent funding transparent funding for gender responsive and focused climate adaptation and mitigation programs. Thank you.
I think somebody saw you on TV and then wanted to make sure that it is you speaking. They called you immediately. Okay, the fourth one.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Archie from Umlazi FM, Ifigilinas. I'm more concerned about the youth, and my question is, how can SADC parliaments ensure that the voice of young people are represented in climate change discussions?
Hello, my name is Nomhle Ngubane from the SABC. How does there are countries who are in denial that climate change exists. How does that impact the organization from organizing the rest of the countries to rally behind the idea that climate change does actually exist when there's a superpower that denies that it does exist at all?
Okay, that was the fifth hand. Okay, I think most of them, they have to do with the financing.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying, at least in the region, there is no denial about the reality of climate change and its impact. We have, in this region, experienced a lot of inclement weather, climate shocks, not only in South Africa. You've been seeing some of the flooding in Mozambique, the heat wave and droughts in South Africa and in other countries in the region, which are extremely more than what we might have been used to. But also we've seen how the normal climate as we used to know about the weather patterns are changing. You cannot say with certainty anymore that in the Highveld you would have summer rains. You can experience rains in the Highvelds now even in winter, which was commonly known in South Africa as more prevalent in the Western Cape. So none of us in the Southern African region doubt the reality of climate change. Hence, we have actually been part of the conversations about how we mitigate, how we enable our communities to adapt, how we create policies as governments that are going to deal with issues of early warning systems, how we are going to be able to look at the adaptation, but also across your planning framework. How do we help our communities not to build in wetlands and in areas that are prone to actually flooding? How do we ensure that our municipalities themselves, in the way in which they deliver their services, take care of the stormwater drainage and clean them before the rain starts, all of those are part of the mitigation and the adaptation measures. And I will say in this region, we have been doing that maybe at varying levels. And I would want to remind us as South Africans, one of the things now that has become common, that when the weather services gives information on what are the expected forecasts of the weather patterns, immediately your MECs of local government have actually given indications that society must take notice that there will be heavy rains or there will be heat, so heat stroke, what you need to do. And this is part of adaptation measures. It does not need necessarily financial resources, all of them, but that information dissemination is critical in saving lives. And I would like to remind us, had we listened during that time of the snowing that happened at the time in which we didn't expect the snow in the N3 around Villiers, more people would have been saved. But I think we were still doubting Thomas as to say, hi, if I go early, I might just miss it. when there was no time frame given, but there was a warning given that citizens must be aware that there will be excessive snow. So in the N3, take note that there are possible challenges that might arise. So I'm saying your weather information is now critical more than ever before, which means it becomes part and parcel of civic education, so that before you travel, look at the weather forecast to say where I'm going, what are the possible weather patterns. That is information that enables planning, not just from those who are in government, but also even for us as citizens. That's why for us, public education, and that's why we are saying parliaments must also, as part of their public education with citizens, start to deal with these issues. Help communities not to settle on areas that are wetlands, because when you have inclement weather, they will actually experience more disasters. So that in itself becomes important. Obviously, as parliaments, in terms of our lawmaking, we need to ensure that we draft legislation that enables society, but also as governments, to be able to plan together on mitigation and adaptation strategies that will assist our communities. You have seen departments such as Land Reform and Rural Development, which have invested a lot of resources now in Geoinformation System, GIS, where they can actually utilize the drones and have trained pilots within the Department of People who can then assist government to actually utilize the drones so that we can assess immediately the extent of the disaster, the need for response, so that those who have to do responsive work can exactly know where to go. So you've seen the work in the presidency on the Climate Action Fund, which is also about ensuring that we increase the level of investments that will deal with issues of climate change. And what is important is that as legislators in the countries in our region, we now need, when we look at the budgets as presented by the Minister of Finance in our legislature, we need to look at critically how does this budget enable our countries to mitigate climate change. And it may not be only in the ministries of environment, because ministers of agriculture will also need assistance in research and development, so that in developing new crops that are drought resistant, they can be able to assist farmers so that they can withstand the extreme droughts or heat, like one of the work that Food and Agriculture Organization did with the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, where they developed a drought-resistant maize seed, which now farmers are using such that they can provide for food security even where there is such inclement weather. But also, you would require a department like housing to get assistance so that in their planning, the kind of infrastructure that is now required to be resilient to climate change becomes the norm, not as an excuse. So I think when we look at climate financing, it's not just about moving from fossil fuel to alternative energy. It's also about adaptation of how the different sectors can, in their preparation and their planning, ensure that we can now plan our infrastructure in a manner that responds to climate change. But also investment in information and innovation. Because if information is only thought of a few, those who are planners, those who are decision-making, it limits the capability of the citizens to be able to respond themselves into issues of climate change. So all of those, from a planning point of view, from a resource mobilization point of view, even if you may not have resources, but how do we utilize the limited resources that are there in our countries so that we can assist in adaptation? My brother from Umlazi FM, you talk about young people and how we can make sure that young people are part and parcel of the mitigation and the adaptation strategy. You heard in the presentation, there was a young person who was representing the voice of youth 2 years ago. Working with the SADC Parliamentary Forum, we mobilized about 400 young people in Johannesburg from SADC region who were looking at how, as young people, not just as recipients of information, but what actions can young people themselves take as advocates and activists of ensuring that we address issues of climate change. And I'm sure at local level, young people can come up with solutions of how we can deal with climate change. That's why for us as SADC, that voice of youth is very important. That voice of women is very important to enable us to also understand from the perspective of young people, of women, of how can we assist and work with them in creating policies, legislation that can respond to climate change, taking into consideration the impact that women and youth face. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Are there any other questions? I think. Okay. Sorry? Can you get the mic there?
Yo, siphinde sibonge ithuba bengithi ngisana umbuzo bengicela ukubuza ukuthi ngabe kuvumelekile ukuthi ngibuze ngesizulu.
Yes.
Yes, welcome. Yebo, umbuzo enginawo ile ukuthi endaweni zasemakhaya njengomuntu osebenzele endaweni zasemakhaya uyayithola ukuthi uma ngabe kuzoba nezikhukhula okanye uma ngabe sekwenzekile zaba khona izikhukhula sedlulile kuba nzima ekakhulukazi kubantu abalimayo kubalimi kuba nzima ukubuyela emuva okanye ukubuyela esimweni sokuthi baphinde futhi bakwazi ukuthi baqhubeke nokulima intshalo yabo okanye imfuyo isidamejekile. Ngabe likhona yini uhlelo okanye inhlelo iParliament okanye SADC nje ena IPF ukuthi ena ibasize ngoba kuba nzima ukuthi bathole nokusizakala okusheshayo. Ngiyabonga.
Okay. That was the first question and I'm sure ufuna ukuthi speaker aphendule ngesizulu ne? Okay.
My question is for the Secretary General. How can SADC member states collaborate more effectively to tackle the regional challenges posed by climate change, especially for women and youth?
Okay.
Okay. I'm Cllr Milane from my World Global. I have a question regarding for those who reside or build their houses on the river banks. Some people, they say they build houses from the river banks because they have no land to build their houses. So the land that is available for them is along the river. So I want to know regarding that issue, how we're going to work around it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other hand? I think we need to take all the hands because this will be the last round. Yes. Okay. So there's no further hand. Okay. Thank you very much. The speaker, I think let me start with the SG and then the speaker will come and close with the responses. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for these questions that hinge around climate. I think it takes us further to the objective that has been set by this Plenary Assembly, to really look at the practicalities around policy positions in country, resources that are there. And when we talk about financing or resources, we are not just looking at resources that one country can come up with. We're looking at policy positions that have been taken at the regional level around the World Bank's contribution and many other development partners, including looking at your own systems insofar as ministries are responding. If, for instance, there's a bridge that has been swept off, I think we need to start mapping and saying, was that fixed? And how much was the cost for that? If there's a response around safety nets, or where you are asking if SADC can assist where damages have been done or what the country does, already each government has strategies where they respond, be it to ensuring that there's food, ensuring that a school has a ceiling the next day, and many others. And at the center of all this, that which parliaments are focused on is to ensure that there's policy and therefore resources that go along with that responsiveness. Just to put it simply, at the SADC Parliamentary Forum level, we have set ourselves the green objective, basically of ensuring that organizations look at environmentally friendly options, even at the architectural level. Nowadays, when we start building, we're supposed to take into account the green policy. So we have parliaments coming together through a project which is funded by Sweden, implemented by the parliaments, including South Africa, where they've set a minimum carbon footprint, which aims to bring the contribution of the planet to ensuring that parliamentary initiatives are all geared towards progressively implementing. You've heard about the Paris Agreement of 2015, the climate change and improving nationally determined contributions. And this is where you're sitting at right now. But we are deliberate further, ensuring that we focus on women and girls of the vulnerable groups. So under the sexual reproductive health and rights programs, the forum is already convinced that without the contribution of parliaments to ensure that the rights of individuals impacted by climate are responded to adequately, we find that would not be going any far to ameliorate the impact of climate. And therefore, we have parliaments coming up with policy positions. Recently, Zimbabwe, Lesotho put on the floor of parliaments bills related to climate action, ensuring that this interface and the practical realities of the people in those countries is actually set in place. And you find that we have offshoots around clean energy, we have offshoots around infrastructure, we have offshoots around financing, we have offshoots around ensuring that there's research that can inform countries insofar as what it is that they are doing to influence the appropriation bill on when they pass budgets. So when parliaments come together, and this is a project they all have agreed to, the report in progress in that area. We are moving forward to track now the responsiveness, because often a policy position is so broad and you cannot find the texture of the intervention by parliament. For instance, if you are told that South Africa spent $20 billion on mitigation for climate, you need to look further and say, what did parliamentarians do to ensure that we arrive at that level of contribution? And that those are the governance indicators that the SADC PF is implementing with parliaments, and this is the response that I would like to give to yourselves. We aggregate data, young people, old people, gender. We go further, LGBTQI communities, children on the streets, among others. And ultimately, I think when the survey is ready to absorb some of the data, we'll be able to say this is how far parliaments influenced and articulated the policy position for action and implementation by ministries. I hope this answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and Madam SG. Good afternoon, colleagues. I will just emphasize two aspects that relate to the twin response that our country, similar to others that we have adopted to deal with climate change. The first one is adaptation and mitigation. As we do now, since 2021, the President established what is called Climate Commission, a Presidential Climate Commission. And that commission set about to look at various instruments that can assist what is called a just transition framework. So that when we do developments, infrastructural in particular, the mitigation dimension of planning, it looks at climate-proofed instruments for financing development, whether it's private sector-led as well as public sector-led. But secondly, when budgets are planned, we have a research agency in our country called Center for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, that also came up with a blueprint of how infrastructure development can be finance-proofed such that our resilience mechanisms are strengthened. So when we look at budgets, they are looked at it in that context. So at the level of Parliament, there's also oversight committees of Parliament in both houses that when they examine developments, they are also guided by these frameworks that our country is a signatory to in terms of the climate commitments that we have globally. How do we help communities? Of course, it depends on each country's budget framework. In our own case, you would have seen both KZN, Eastern Cape, and many others where the issue of climate change is no longer an abstract. It is now real. So people build along the banks of rivers. We have seen in KZN what happened. And as we do in many other instances, there will be mitigation measures, but also rebuild the infrastructure. So part of the tour tomorrow, after the summit, the symposium rather, there will be sites visited to also see the devastating impact of that and what measures have been done to fix some of the developments such that there's mitigations. But also in the main human settlement developments in our country, a lot of campaigns are being done to relocate people in certain areas. It is not an easy exercise because there's a lot of factors that makes people reside in certain areas. But there's a lot of measures to make sure that any new developments around human settlements, around public infrastructure like roads, there's measures to make sure that we apply the just energy transition framework to guide investment decisions for public infrastructure. Thanks.
Ngibonge ke ngizophendula nombuzo nje wokugcina mhlambe nalo nomunye obuzwe umfowethu ngesilungu mayelana nabantu abahlala eduze kwemfula. Singasho nje ukuthi ikakhulukazi njoba sihlangene namhlanje sikhuluma ngokubaleka kokuthi amalungu eParliament, izindlu zeshayamthetho mazisebenzisane nemiphakathi ukukhuluma ngokubonisana ukuthi senze njani ukubhekana nokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu. Ikakhulukazi njoba sesibonile ukuthi manje sekuba khona imvula esezithi uma zina zenze umonakalo njengezikhukhula. Uthole futhi ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi sekuba nezomiso ezingajwayelekile. Ngisho ukuthini uma ngisho njalo? Uzothola ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi isomiso endaweni engacishe ngiyibeke njengaleli holo nje, ukuthi uzothola ukuthi la sihleli khona estage line kakhulu kuthi lana ihleli khona livele lingani nje insimi eyodwa leyo yomlimi esekwenza ukuthi umsebenzi wokulima manje ube likhuni kubalimi yingakho onjingalwazi nabachwepheshe nalabo abasiza abalimisi ukuthi sisize manje imiphakathi ukuthi uma ngabe njengoba sesiphila esimeni sezulu esinje senze njani ke manje ukuthi sibhekane lesimo ukuze siqhubeke sibe nokudla uhulumeni ke ubambisana kanjani nemiphakathi kulezo zimo ezinjalo ngibalile ke ukuthi ezinye zezinto kuzofanele manje ukuthi abalimi bethu basebenzisane kakhulu nabalimisi nangokubheka ukuthi eindaweni abakuzo ngabe yiziphi ezinyo zezitshalo asebengazitshala manje ngingabiyela nje emuva ekutheni uma sibheka kudala abantu abalimi bakudala bebazi ukuthi yiziphi izimo ongazitshala ezimisene nezulu yiphi imfuyo ongayifuya engakwazi ukumelana nezimo ezithize uma sibheka nje ikakhulukazi inkomo eyandile la engabadini yase Southern Africa inguni one of its properties ukuthi iyakwazi ukumelana nesimo sezulu ikakhulukazi when there droughts it can survive better than other breeds njengo Bonsmara nezinye njalo njalo ngoba yona isimo sayo siyamelana nalezi simo zezulu uyabona le inkukhu zasemakhaya eseyibizwa o-hardboard no-leqwayo no-runaway ezinye zezinkukhu lezo ezingafani nolamthuthu ezingadinge gesi ukukhuliswa ezikwaziyo ukuthi zimelane nezimo zezulu ngokushintshashintsha lezo ke ezinye zezinto ekufanele sizibheke nezinye izitshalo esazisitshala kuqala njengamadumbe nobhatata ezenza ukuthi sibheke manje ekutheni sizibuyisela kanjani kuyi-diet yesimo sanamhlanje abaningi abantu sebeyawadla manje amadumbe ngiyazi ke bawadla ngoba mhlambe ababafundisa ngezempilo dietitian bathi anomsoco ongakanani njalo njalo kodwa abantu basemakhaya babewadla vele amadumbe ngoba kwakuyizitshalo ezazikwazi ukumila eindaweni abakhe kuzo okusho ukuthi ke kulezi izingxoxo esibuyela kuzo manje ukubhekisana ukuthi impilo yethu njengamanje siyimisa kanjani uhulumende nawo ungenelela kanjani ekusebenziseni namakhosi nabantu abahlala eindaweni zasemakhaya kodwa mangisho bakwethu balekile ukuthi nathi nje siyimphakathi singafuni ukwenza izinto ngodli ijazi lephoyisa uyabona nje uma sesikhuluma iqiniso abaningi abantu ngisho sebenikwa indawo engconywana engekho eduze kwemfula engekho eduze kwemsele bayale bathi hayi bona bafuna ukwakha eduze komfula ngoba bazokwazi ukulima kahle bakhohlwa ukuthi mzukwane ikhukhula seyifika aziyumuka kuphela namasimabo ziyomuka nanezindlu zabo uqobo ezinye zezinto lezo kufuneka esikhulumisane ngazo ukuthi isimo manje sijikile mhlawumbe ngalesa sikhathi kwakulula ukwakha eduze kumfula kodwa esimeni sezulu lanamhlanje sekufanele siphinde siqalaze sibheke ngelinyiso ukuthi ukuze sivikele imindeni yiziphi indawo ekumele sihlale kuzo namakhosi ethu kufuneka sikhulumisane nawo yingakho uhulumeni waseNingizimu Afrika waqala lo mthetho esiubiza njenge-Special Land Use Management ispluma ngoba lokho bekusho kahle ukuthi siwuhulumeni ngokwezigaba ezihlukene kuhlangana namakhosi asithi uma sihleli indawo sibe nokuhleleleka okuzobheka izimo ezifana nalezi esikhuluma ngazo zokuguquguquka kwesimo sezulu ukuthi abantu sibahlela kanjani abantu senze njani ukuthi sibahlele noma sibabeke eindaweni zethu zasemakhaya bangabikho eindaweni ezisesimeni la uzothola khona ukuthi kune soil erosion umhlaba vele uyaguguleka baseduze kwemifula, bakuma wetlands. Leyo nto yokuthi sibe ne land use management iyasiza ekutheni kube ezinye zezindlela esizobhekana ngayo nalesimo sokuguquguquka kwezulu. Okubaleke kakhulu ukuthi uhulumeni neParliament ngeke likwenze lokho lungasebenzisani nabahlali nezinhlangano zabahlali. Ukuze ukuthi le ngxoxo kungabi ingxoxo nje ekhulunywa lephezulu, kube ingxoxo nemiphakathi aqala manje ukuthi ayixoxe ukuthi ukushintsha kwesimo sezulu kusho ukuthi masenzeni thina njengabahlali ekuhlaleni. Ngiyabonga.
Siyabonga Somlomo. Kakhulu. I think we agreed that this will be the last round of questions. I must say, Speaker, that I appreciate your leadership in bringing this summit to KZN, because after this illuminating engagement with the media, I think because of the lived experience of the effect of climate change in this area, in this region, you can see the appropriateness of having brought this summit here. It's not just symbolic, but it's very appropriate, and you can see that also from the, the insightful questions that have been posed. So thank you very much to the members of the media, to the Speaker of the National Assembly. Thank you very much to the Secretary to Parliament, to the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for this engagement. Just to say that there is lunch next door, so you remain the guests of Parliament. We don't want you to leave hungry. I believe that there is still lunch just next door, around the corner. But also to emphasize that this was the opening of this summit. The discussions are continuing for the next 4 days, tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, up to Thursday, at the Coastland Umhlanga Hotel. So we are moving from here, from tomorrow. We will be at Coastland Umhlanga Hotel, and you are invited to be there to cover the sessions. The Speaker, I believe also the STP has spoken about the visits that will be conducted during the course of the sessions. So you will be invited also to be part of those and to cover them. But thank you very much. This brings us to the end of our engagement. Thank you very much.
Opening, or should I can open. Okay. And of course, that brings us to the end of the opening ceremony of the 58th plenary session of the Southern African Development Community Plenary Parliament Forum, which is being held in KZN, Durban, South Africa, from the 30th of November to the 5th of December. And those are some of the delegates just providing us with a brief summary of what is it that we can expect for the next week.
And indeed, that was a media briefing by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Thoko Didiza, highlighting 3 objectives. The first one was to confirm the state of preparedness of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa to host the 58th Plenary Assembly. You would have seen day 1 of those proceedings, and also to outline the key focus areas and expected outcomes of the Assembly. And the third one, to highlight the importance of this year's theme for the region, and which is the impact of climate change on women and youth, and the role of Parliament in the SADC region in mitigating and adaptation.
And of course, as delegates exit the briefing, it is important to note that, of course, the stage has been set. And of course, the 58th SADC Parliamentary Forum Plenary has set the stage for robust debate and engagement on issues affecting climate change and the impact thereof on women and youth as per the theme of this year. And of course, you're still watching Parliament TV, and we want you to let us know what the impact of climate change has for you where you live, because it's not just in the regions of the KZN where we are and where the SADC PF is being held this year, but it's also in other regions within our country where the adverse impact of climate change has affected people, not just in terms of their homes, but in terms of their livelihoods and how they participate in the economy as well.
Sekuphathela lolu hlelo sise-eThekwini eDurban, Durban International Convention Center. Kulapho ke kuhlangene khona amalunga eParliament eziphuma kweregion ye-SADC lapho bazoqulunqa imiba esondelelene ne-climate change. Simzwile ke uSpeaker we-National Assembly khuluma khona lapha yawo esoleka ukuthi kungani ukuthi kube sila kwaye yini esilethe la sizokwenzani sila kwaye yini esibhekene nako ukuze sibelane sibhekene nokuthi sikuthole uma sesiceda lolu hlelo ngolwesihlanu. She told also the gathering journalists that South Africa is proud, of course, should be proud to host this biannual event. We know that the first one was hosted in June in Zimbabwe with a particular focus on artificial intelligence. She also emphasized that this gathering is all about strengthening parliamentary democracy, regional integration, and harmonizing laws that drive the development across Southern Africa. We have 15 member states of the SADC region represented here, together with African Union and many other relevant bodies in our continent.
And of course, this is also a sign that the work of parliaments is not only just within the parliament where you live, and it also extends to the provinces and the local municipalities. And as you heard with the conversations that we've been having here on Parliament TV throughout the day, you've seen how importantly leadership has taken up some of these issues, such as climate change and the adverse effects that it has on you. But also, this is also an indication that it's not only in the provinces, it's not only nationally, but it is within the Southern African region as well, meaning that the leaders that you have chosen, the leaders and representatives that you have chosen during those votes are making sure that your needs are tended to.
Indeed, Sepo, and viewers, you would have seen that the effects of climate change are visible. You would have seen in our rivers, our farms, our communities, and painfully in the lives that have been lost. We saw what happened most recently in Amtata and even here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and I'm almost certain, Cyril, that there are still people that are housed in some community halls here as a result of the floods that took place some time ago here in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And it doesn't just end here as well. We've seen in some parts of Mozambique and Tanzania where the droughts that the region has experienced in Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, and Namibia, and also witnessed some cyclones. There was a cyclone like Idai and Freddy and others that have torn apart infrastructure and some livelihoods. I mean, lives have been lost, and there are still people in some parts of the country and in some parts of the region who I'm almost certain are still looking for their relatives who would have gone missing as a result of the floods and all those that are happening, everything that is happening as a result of climate change.
Yes. And of course, Tim Ngosi, I think throughout the conversations that we've had throughout the day, you realize that leaders are saying that this is a wake-up call and that provinces, and not just provinces but countries as well, should be awake to the fact that climate change is here. I think ahead of time when people did speak about climate change, people didn't really take it seriously because we did not see the adverse impacts, right? And what's happening now is that we are feeling the immediate impact. We're seeing the immediate situation and how it is affecting people's livelihoods. It's affecting people's jobs. And of course, we've said earlier that people have died because of these devastating floods and these natural disasters, right? So I think it's what I've taken away from the conversations that we've had throughout this morning is that leadership has seen the importance of ensuring that policies, of ensuring that implementation when it comes to climate change and disaster management is being done and people feel it on the ground, because ultimately people are feeling the effects of climate change.
Talking on implementation, I think it's also important that there are mechanisms that they put in place as part of oversight to ensure that whatever decisions that get taken in assemblies like this one do really find their way in the parliaments and somehow down to the committees of those parliaments, yes, and also to the relevant government department, that they are implemented, and that those who are supposed to implement are also held to account when implementation does not take place. And also, the Speaker emphasizing that the real victims of all this climate change is the women, youth, persons living with disabilities, yes, and those vulnerable groups of people from the previously disadvantaged communities.
And of course, conversations have been ongoing, and it doesn't only start now with the SADC PF 58th Assembly Plenary that is happening in South Africa, Durban, KwaZulu-Natal for 2025. Conversations have begun as late as 2022 already, when issues such as climate change and the impact thereof have been discussed and canvassed. And of course, solution-based conversations between the leaders and regional leaders of the SADC countries. Now let's reflect on what happened 3 years ago and what some of those conversations were at the time, and how they're going to filter through in the SADC PF for 2025.
My name is Cedric Frolic. I'm a Member of Parliament and the co-chairperson of the Ad hoc Committee on Flood and Relief Efforts in the areas affected, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and also the Northwest Province. Today is our second day of our visit. We started in KwaZulu this morning, and then thereafter we went to do a few site visits of where most of the damage, especially to road infrastructure, took place, where certain roads and bridges were swept away. And then we were especially touched by the conditions surrounding the Tonga water treatment plant that has been completely destroyed. That means that the northern part of eThekwini and part of the province is badly affected, and local communities need to make use of water tankers to get water. What is a great source of concern is the massive impact that the infrastructure had on the livelihoods of people, where people now have to walk very far distances to get water. And the treatment plant was really quite a source of economic activity in the area, and a lot of people relied on it. We are informed that there are a number of households still who are undersupplied by water from these tankers, and that is something that needs to be addressed not only by the city but also by the Department of Water and Sanitation. We ended up in the afternoon receiving a very brief introduction to what the Transnet with the Department of Public Enterprises have done to ensure that the economic activities at the Port of Durban is continuing. And we are also now at a high school where most of its extramural activities have been cancelled due to the sporting fields being completely destroyed. Also, the infrastructure that is used by teams such as change rooms are no longer usable. The swimming pool is completely destroyed, and there's also a number of classrooms. We do notice that the Department of Education in the province have put up 5 to 6 temporary classrooms to ensure that teaching and learning continue. We were very touched this morning by the openness and the frankness of the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, His Honourable Mr. Cllr, on the challenges that the province as a whole face. He didn't shy away from the problems that are there. He gave us a frank account of what the province and municipalities are doing, but he highlighted one issue. One issue is coordination needs to improve. Coordination must improve between the government departments that are active and also the NGOs.
Currently, the government is made to be seen as a government that is unable to carry resources. And it can't account, and lots of things have been said. But lots of these NGOs have been given lots of money to assist people. Nothing have been delivered on the ground. I'm told that we got a letter from the US consulate saying they've given the Solidarity Fund. They gave Solidarity Fund 8 million. But we have not heard anything from Solidarity Fund. So I'm mentioning one. But we also hear organizations like your National Lottery saying they are busy working. They will be there, but what they do is not what they promise or they publicize. It's not. And I'm saying so because I've been critical on this point. Now some have begun to send us reports and you begin to see that really what they claim is not what they are delivering.
NGOs are apparently receiving donations as in cash and in kind, and there seems not to be good cooperation between the NGOs and also the government departments. But he further shared with us the importance of accelerating the relief from national government. And that is something that the committee will definitely take up very, very seriously, because indeed the province needs additional help.
My name is Jomo Nyambi, co-chair of the ad hoc committee dealing with the flood relief and recovery with my colleague, Honorable Frolik. We have got the delegation of Parliament. Will understand that Parliament decided to have this joint committee coming to KZN. So we started today at Umlalazi local municipality, where we got a briefing about what has been done up to this far. In doing the assessment, members were able to engage. It was a robust and a frank assessment. And the local municipality, led by the mayor and the MM and some councillors, were able to clarify us. The president was very clear in leading cabinet that they have got some 3 phases. The first one is the human relief one, and the second one is the recovery one. Then the third one, the phase, it's the reconstruction one. So in coming here, I want to see what has been promised and made as presentation. But because our plan of leaving Parliament to come here was to go to the ground so that we have a better sense of the situation. So now we're here to check the programs of the temporary structures that they are building for our people. But one thing that is coming up clearly is that there are some serious challenges, like the homestead we're in, more than 21 kids, a serious dire situation. It's clear that probably it's a long overdue. Honourable members in Parliament have been saying it for years that if we can change the formula and have much time on the ground and less time in Cape Town, probably can go a long way to assist our people. And we have some serious challenges. Your scholar transport, learners that are still walking some long distances to access education, which is a right to them. But of course, we are taking all these issues and will refer them to the right portfolio committee and select committees and relevant ministers. But we are still around for the next few days. So we'll be making sure that whosoever is coming as a relevant stakeholder will be raising what is coming out today.
The disaster management conference here in our province.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through your YouTube streams at Parliament.RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using the hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.
You're still watching Parliament TV as we build up to the SADC PF, which is the 58th Assembly that is happening here in KwaZulu-Natal, Durban. And now we are privileged to have Honorable Boemo Sekgoma, and she is the SADC PF Secretary General. She's just going to give us some insight on what the SADC PF is and what it is that you can expect. Boemo, thank you so much for making the time.
You're welcome, and thank you to for your viewers for checking in.
Yes. Boemo, I think first things first, let's start with the theme. You said that the theme is the impact of climate change on women and youth in the SADC region and the role of Parliament in climate change mitigation and adaptation. What was the conversation around the table before getting to that theme and deciding finally that this is the theme that is going to anchor the 58th Assembly for the SADC PF?
Thank you very much for this question. I think what really anchors parliamentary work often is the representation role of parliaments, where they encounter complexities that the citizens live through, of particular importance, where governments think they've built schools and the schools get dilapidated and the roofs fall off, children can't go to school because they've just had a storm. Sometimes the bridge is swept over, children can't go to school. There are more reports and incidents of gender-based violence-induced crimes, children falling pregnant, unintended pregnancies, and you find that there's a rise. Often when there's a climate crisis, there's a rise in unintended pregnancies, reports in sexual violence, and many others that I could cite. We also know that government also sometimes is constrained. The supply chain of commodities is interrupted. Hospital functioning is interrupted, and many other things that I could speak of. And the realization that all of our governments have signed to the Paris Declaration of 2015 and have come up with national strategic frameworks or plans where they've committed to mitigation measures around climate, where they continue to track, where the issue of financing becomes a concern of how those are going to be afforded or not, really is at the fore of why we need to continually dissect and track where we are with the issue of the impact of climate in communities, and also on how government itself interfaces with scaling up and being responsive. So we've had successive plenary assemblies where we've discussed the issue of climate. We looked at the energy transition in Angola. Mauritius, we also looked at the impact of climate. This COP that our members of parliament are continually engaged in. And when we arrived at this season where South Africa felt we're going to look at climate, we said yes, because we have taken a decision as a plenary to develop a model law on climate change. And therefore, this becomes very important before we start the drafting process, to really hear from countries and begin to look at the texture of this model law and what we can influence at that point.
Now, Boemo, of course, dipuo tsa lona di bua ka basadi le batjha. Hobaneng di bua ka basadi le batjha, especially ha di bua ka climate change?
I'll get a very basic issue. When the temperature rises, you find that in any given period where there can be this is when this happened, you find a lot of miscarriages among women. And this is something that remains undocumented. You find that in a given, if you look at climate and reproductive health in any country, there's a strong correlation around that. And that's just the basic issue of, we love life as Africans. And therefore, if life is interrupted, I think for us it's a big issue. Secondly, you find that women lose income in such seasons. And you find that they become crippled in being producers and drivers of the economy in most of our communities. They are the ones who have to sit with children who are pregnant, and therefore reversing any productivity that they would have started off. Now the young children are also affected, because we are talking of child marriages in the region. In some of our countries like Madagascar, where it's at over 40%, we find that when there's a strong linkage between climate and the rise in child marriages. So it means that children don't go to school, they're married off because of the loss of income, poverty then sets in, and all these issues. So we are looking at a region that says children must be nurtured because they are the future of tomorrow. But if they're interrupted in early childhood development, if they're interrupted in terms of literacy, if they're interrupted in terms of even beginning the journey, then we believe that this is one of the factors, structural issues that governments must address.
You're speaking about something, we were talking offline with the colleagues about how mind-boggling it is that things like child marriages still exist, right? And you're making a linkage between climate change and the prevalence of it, which is something that one would not think of, right? Now, in that regard, Boemo, how important is it that government, not just from provinces, but national as well, and of course as the SADC region, involve themselves in policy making, but also ensure that policy needs implementation and that people feel the crisis management, the disaster management and planning on the ground?
You can't spend without policy. So policy means the position of government. We can sit here and describe what we've been describing, but if government has not come out full in terms of a policy statement, then there's no guidance for the country. And we focus on Parliament simply because they are mandated through constitutional means and any other to be the ones that look after and pass budgets for our countries. And therefore, if they don't begin to critically look at the emerging issues, the ecosystem within which we are working with and developing within outside climate, then it means that implementation will not happen. It becomes rhetoric at the end of the day. So we believe that it is very important for parliaments to really take advantage of their mandated roles, both at the level of policy, both at the level of domestication. It doesn't help to have a Paris Declaration or have any other declaration or protocol or treaty if there's no intention to domesticate that into national law. And further, when you go through appropriation of resources, if your budget does not indicate any movement around young people, around children, around hospitals, around all these issues, then it means that we have not even begun to look at these instruments in good faith. And I believe that for us, parliaments need to really begin to say, what is the movement that we're making in this regard? And
for people that are watching at home that did not know about the SADC PF, right, that feel that I'm not interested in politics, right? Let them do what they do. All they ever do is talk, have tea, and that's it. Just tell them about the importance of engaging in the SADC PF, the importance of watching these engagements that are going to happen throughout the week, and practicing active citizenship also, and ensuring that their voices are heard and placed not just on the national scale, but obviously on the continental scale as well.
It's very important because SADC is not faceless. SADC has people that you have voted for and ceded your rights to them to be able to do what you wish for as they come into office. And therefore, SADC Parliamentary Forum is an avenue where at the regional level, we really push members beyond what they claim to be sovereign, because they're sovereign parliaments and sometimes, no, South Africa is not ready for this, Angola is not ready for this, Botswana will not do this. However, at the regional level, we basically amplify and restate commitments. We become the conscience of our parliaments. And also we become those who mold that innovation. I don't know, you've often heard a lot of times, everybody speaks sense, but why isn't there action?
Yes.
And I think that's what the citizens are really yearning for. Where are the teeth? The teeth are there, the conscience is there. We need the activism from civic societies to be able to identify and say, I've seen that Honorable Tokodi Diza is a member of parliament, Speaker of Parliament, also sits at the SADC Parliamentary Forum, so that whatever it is that we resolve on, they must check if indeed it plays out at the national level. And therefore, if they don't come forward to lend their voice as part of participatory democracy, the nuances around what citizens really need and what technocrats think and what politicians believe to be the case, there will be a disjuncture. And therefore, demanding your rights, and the only language that parliaments understand is that of the vote. If you don't put your foot forward to be visible and be counted, you will never be known for what you really, really are demanding. Yes. Knowing is a different issue. We all live this. We all live their reality. We all have houses that have been swept away by floods. We've all not been able to cross a road because, however, priority of what is demanded by citizens is quite important. And therefore, attend committee sessions. Listen in to evaluate the effectiveness of your member of parliament. Be able to evaluate and influence the agenda. You can't influence the agenda from Facebook or from not knowing. However, you find the inroads through the parliamentary forum committees and by extension, the individual members of parliament into those countries. And that is the only way that influence, real influence, can be realized.
So basically, look for ways in which you can personify Parliament for the people, by the people.
Exactly.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome, and thank you very much.
And of course, that was Honorable Boemo Sekgoma, and she is the SADC PF Secretary General, giving us some insight on what the SADC PF is, what it does, and why is it that you should be interested, and why you should practice active citizenship and ensure that your voice is heard, not just on the provincial level, not just on the national level, but also on the regional level. Now, you're still watching Parliament TV. Stay tuned.
From 13 November to 5 December 2025, Parliament of South Africa will host the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum under the theme, The Impact of Climate Change on Women and Youth in the SADC region and the Role of Parliaments in Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation. For 5 days, speakers, members of Parliament and experts from across the SADC region will convene in Durban, South Africa, to move beyond debate to action, forging strategies, sharing best practices, and strengthening the various parliaments' collective power to pass laws, allocate resources, and hold governments accountable. The SADC PF is a regional interparliamentary body composed of 15 parliaments representing over 3,500 parliamentarians in the SADC region. The forum seeks to bring regional experiences to bear at the national level to promote best practices in the role of parliaments in regional cooperation and integration as outlined in the SADC Treaty and the Forum Constitution. Its main aim is to provide a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to promote and improve regional integration in the SADC region through parliamentary involvement. Watch the 58th Plenary Assembly of the SADC PF on Parliament TV, on DSTV channel 408, or through YouTube stream at Parliament of RSA. Also, join the conversation on social media platforms using hashtag 58SADCPF. For more information, visit Parliament's website at www.parliament.gov.za. Your Parliament, your voice, your future.